Hello. I was close. Oh, okay. I did forget something. Listen, it's bound to happen. Every stream, 51st streams. We know how it goes. Anyway, welcome back. Well, let's try and get some game dev stuff done today. See if I can get her done. Made some progress last night. Not as much as I would have liked. But not doing too bad. I didn't even get to see the multiplier of the one card. What was it? How much did you get, Ragish? But yeah, welcome back. I hope you guys have a nice Wednesday. Nice midweek. Yeah, today we'll just be working on some more game dev stuff. Continue, storyboarding a little bit. Yeah. Continue storyboarding a little bit. What else? Yeah, I mean, just generally to kind of designing the story and everything. One thing I didn't realize is I wasn't actually just like using the built-in kind of nesting, because you can kind of every objective has essentially sub-objectives. Like enter your house is like unlock the door, right? Like take your key out, insert the key if you want to be this kind of detailed. Insert the key, twist the key, whatever. Or just rather unlock the lock and then twist the door on, enter through the door. Okay, you're in your house now. Like you can break it down into, sub objectives and stuff. Like make dinner. Make dinner would be a good example where get out the ingredients, cut up the onion, caramelize the onion, whatever you want to kind of do. So yeah. It blended into the background. What a shame. What a shame. Yeah, Muffin was talking about how Gaxco had worked so hard to get his top thing, and then you kind of he just got above him by getting the multiplier. Hi Panda, how's it going? You just missed your card, man. I placed a, because it didn't spawn. I placed a card pack on the track to see if anyone would be able to get it in time, and Rakish beat you, Panda, unfortunately. You were close, though. But I hope you're having a good day, Panda. You got 1 billion. That's not too bad. You could easily hit the top if you just always snipe the things. Ko, hello. How's it going, buddy? How are you doing today? You doing well? Rakish, that's generational wealth. That's generational wealth. I love how Halo is literally 15 times multiplier. I guess that's just Ko for you. Ko gets a 15 times multiplier when all he does is say hello. I like it. Don't you have Kazan to beat? Why would I want to beat Kazan? I feel like he could easily kill me. Nicholas. Barry currency feels like crypto. 1 minute you're Bill Gates, next you just live in a box. Yeah, stare. Listen, you set yourself up for that, Nicholas. What can I say? Yeah, I do. I thought about playing, and I kind of want to, but at the same time, I want to make progress on this. I really want to make enough progress on this so I can like actually feel like I'm like I have a problem where this doesn't feel like I'm making any progress. Like it does. It does. It feels like I'm making progress when I do this, but like I'm just a very technical person, so whenever like I actually have written lines of code or like I've implemented some kind of system that achieves something, I feel like progress was made. But I want to like I have to like see something through to completion in order to feel like it was kind of done, right? Like progress was made. So yeah. Cow poison, maybe. Uh, I need to redo the storyboard a little bit actually. So let's actually just I think we're gonna. Can I like do full screen or something? Oh, I could do open a new window. What is this? What does this actually look like? Does this just disappear on stream? It does. Let's not do that. Let's do. Wait, why is the storyboard even up there? It's a little weird. I'm doing all right though, Ko. Thanks for asking. Doing all right. Do you have a disposition against Buddy, Ko? So we're gonna arrive at the station. Can't use the word buddy. Why can't you use the word buddy? So we enter the we're gonna enter the place. We're gonna walk up. We're gonna need to enter, I guess. Should the place be unlocked? Should the place be unlocked? I don't know why I can't. I really wish I could hit escape to close the menu without it undoing my thing here. People left in a rush, yes. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm kind of thinking. Like, yeah, I'd be kind of. Well, here's the thing, right? Like, do I make it where, like, because we could play, I could play it two ways. I could say one where they, like, go up and they're like, your instructions, your like written instructions are like, all right, make sure to unlock the main gate, and you're like, but I could just walk through, like the gate is kind of messed up, some strange going on here, you know. Because like I can make it kind of off right away, or purposefully like make it open. It could either look like it was like purposefully left open because people just left in a rush, right? Or that it was a little. It could either be like it could even be like a little mangled. It could be that it is closed and you just have to open it, like it's an automatic kind of thing. Because a lot of this stuff's going to be somewhat, you know, intelligent. Like the way I imagine is that like the tower, you know, this weather station has, you know, they have like a, you know, they have computer systems that are smart enough that are like, all right, you know, gate open, automatic gate close, you know, after a little while, you know. Of course, after checking to make sure no one's in between the gate, you know, that are closed on them. So. Ragish, have you looked at any of the PoE stuff? Nicholas was showing me, like, you can literally, you can hit level up all now for your gyms. There's like a weird looking slot too. You didn't see? Look. It's also that weird growth kind of thing. A little suspicious. Why can't you use the word buddyco? You never answered me. Play with controller because I'm so lazy to auto level up. That's, well, there you go, Panda. Maybe I wish the auto level up thing, like, I really wish, I get it's not really like in the theme of the game, but at the same time, please let me set like a max level that the gym could just like, it doesn't even have to auto level to, just like, don't ask me to level up past that, please. You know, it's just like a minor inconvenience. But it adds up over time when you do it so much. To preset a tree? Yeah, preset a tree would be kind of crazy. Yeah. You're talking about like the it does look like a flasks, yeah. But you're talking about like the Atlas tree. Like how they had the Atlas tree but for the skill tree. Oh, a level up tree in the coast? Yeah, that would be cool. I gotcha. You're talking about auto level up, basically. Yeah. First of all, let's delete a lot of this stuff here. Don't know where to go. I'm pretty sure you have to do like the village or something next. Just look for whatever place you have to go to that has like the one flag. Should be wherever you have to go. So this needs to be different. So like we have this here. Actually, I'll just delete it. We have a frame reference below, basically. So you arrive, you're gonna see like, okay, I was wondering if you could do like a, whoops. Not really the spirit of things there. I almost feel like this should be that. I like the tower that I drew down here. So should we have like the one kind of doors? Pocket doors? I'm assuming we should probably have like pocket doors for this too. So I don't know. That really changes the feel of whether of how the game starts out if the door's open or not. I kind of like the idea of like the door being ajar, so it's not completely closed, it's not completely open. That'd be kind of cool. Can you do anything with the eraser where you like don't erase the whole line? I wonder how high the walls should be. I actually didn't think about that before. What's the typical height of a fence? Of a security fence. Type of fence? Well, it's gonna be a concrete wall. It's gonna be just a complete wall. So high security, yeah, it's 12 plus feet. So that could be like a 3 meter wall. I mean, that's, you know, it could always just be like a 2 meter wall. Nah, I think maybe we'd do 3 meter wall. Yeah, because I want the feeling that like you would not be able to mount this thing. You know, this is something we're definitely building. This as like a, you know, kind of like a compound. Yeah, 2.5 to 3 meters. Yeah. That I'm just thinking about the placement of the panel on the door and also the door handles, because if you're gonna manually pull open a door, but it's 8 feet up, you know, you're not gonna be, you're not gonna be, you know, manual opening a door like that, right? So if it's 12 feet high, even a 6 foot high, I guess. Whoa, okay, hold on. The doors don't need to be as tall as the entire thing. Hold on. Kind of didn't think about that as much. Um, let's delete this. Delete that. Let's just delete the whole door. All right, so and then let's think about the wall size. So the wall size could be like here. Right. Because how if the whole wall is, let's say, 12 or 3 meters, right? Um, then this part, I'm just gonna make an actual, I think. Okay. So if that's 3, we can kind of guesstimate with this. So that's basically almost a meter difference. So that's fine because we could have a 6-foot tall door. You would want a higher than 6-foot tall door. Besides, that'd be 1.5 meters. So if it's only 1 meter down, so it's to be like 8. Or no, wait. Because what, a meter is 3.4 feet? How long is a meter? .28, my bad. So 3.3. So how tall would we want the door to be? Exactly, Co. I think it being like, I like 8 feet because it's an even number, but I feel like 7 may make sense because I don't want to. I'll just say 8 foot high for now. I think that's fine. Yeah. Because, I mean, the main thing well, because 2 meters that's less than. Let's just hold on. Let's just not do it in feet. Hold on. Interesting. 2 meter tall door. I don't know. We could do that and just. So it's almost 7 feet tall, and I think that's fine. For the taller people, they'll just have to duck down a little bit. I think that's acceptable. Could do 2 and make character models smaller. Yeah. Well, I think I'll do 2. I mean, thinking about average height anyway, like it would be more than enough for most people. Anyway, you know. But I'm also thinking about like the placement of the security panel. Like placement of the security panel, you'd probably want like up here, right? Right, like maybe like right here. Let's say you're only 4 feet tall. You can still reach that. Be fine, right? Too high? It'll be fine, Co. If it's only a meter. Fine. Because think about this. This is like 4 feet off the ground. You know? Whoops. To make it could be, yeah. Well, that's why I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing just to make it 2 meters. And you get a little stepping stone how to reach it. We'll get you an exosuit, Co, so you don't have to worry about it. I think this makes sense. So, all right, so we'll do a jar. I don't think we do in the middle. I think what we do is that the door would normally be like... And then we actually do like here. Why is the stroke width so... It's hard to get the stroke just right, you know? Really got to pay attention to technique. Very meticulous. Oops. All right, I think that's good. And this is just gonna be... How do people make that look so good when they like do this? Like I've seen people fill stuff in, and they just go like this. Okay, I'm like I cannot even maintain the same angle, but like I've seen people literally fill things in like that, and it looks beautiful. I mean, it's easier to do by hand, but like still, man, holy. Well, I guess we'll just say this is 1 meter, if that wasn't evident enough. Listen, man, drawing's hard. You're probably an expert in that, Co, right? I imagine you draw well with all the kind of stuff that you do. Okay, so we have arrived inside. We're gonna arrive at the gate next. So at the gate next, what do we see? Now, originally my idea was that you'd see some kind of like the power building and stuff, right? But I think instead, you know, let's actually just move some of this. Oops. Not sure. Instead of the tower, I'm gonna call this station. Station. Because in reality, you're actually not even gonna see the station. Or you will see the station, but not like... This is the station. That is the tower. That is the tower. It's behind the station. But you're gonna see it over it because it's gonna be taller than the station. Yeah. Are those letters for ants? You don't need to know you don't need what? Look, man, you don't need to see this. That's what scrolling's for. Can you see this? Chow, what do you think of this layout? You can see it fine. Let's delete these. Okay. So we can actually delete this one, like, just gone. Yeah, we're just gonna delete this. Here's the better one. Next thing you see, you walk up and you look in. What do you see? Well, you're gonna see a little bit of the main stroke is too small now. Got your magnifying glass? Crazy. Let's see, door. I have a door here, so like that, yeah, because that, or whoa, wait, hold on. So I'll have like a door here for that part. Because I'm looking at over here, right? Because this, you're all of a sudden you're gonna be looking in from here, right? We gotta think about that. Door has a curve to it. It's got it was uneven. Listen, the a little bit of slag got into the cast of the door frame here, so we worked with what we got. We worked with what we got, you know. You call OSHA? No. You don't need to do that. So we got a little bit of space, and we got the power building over here. Why am I drawing? Why? No, this is wrong, actually. Oh, God, because you need to be able to... You see it a cone. It's not... Oh. So this is even wrong. This is even wrong. You're not going to see... You're not going to see. So, let's think about it. So the path goes like this. Away from you. Think about like this. Where's Tape Jazz? Dude, he's... Yeah, I don't know. He was around earlier because he was DMing me, but... This guy's all over the place, you know? Builder did say he was going to test his RAM, by the way. That needs to be more like... Oh my. There we go. I forget, by the way, that you guys can't see what I'm drawing as well, because like for me this is like too big. Like, I mean, I don't know. I digress. I could move it. I could zoom in a little bit further. Um, let's see. So you kind of like building is gonna be kind of like this to you. Yeah, hold on. I'm getting the perspective. Wait a minute. It's working. It's working. It's working. Kind of. Kind of working. The power building. So it's gonna be similar. Or and there's the door here. Behind it. Okay. Not too bad, not too bad. And then now we got the big building. That's gonna completely obstruct the tower view. So it's gonna be like way down. Or whatever. Um, okay, this building's a little crooked. Oh, okay, hold on. Let's try and like manipulate this to look a little bit better than that. So how would this look though? Like, I think it's this that's just completely throwing it off here. I need to draw a straighter top to the frame here. Yeah, that's a little bit better. This is still the wrong perspective because this is obviously like too high now. What is even happening? I was cooking with the perspective. Now I feel like everything is just completely wrong. I think the problem is that this is like this needs to be like... I think this actually needs to come more like towards you. Right when you walk in, there's literally... Building's gonna be like right there by you. Yeah, like that perspective's just screwed. That's better. A little bit better. Okay, and then like barely. So it would be barely like in sight for that, and then we'd come across like that. I think a little bit more, right? The corner piece is messing it up, but I can't really like fix that because it's like, oh man. Okay, let's try and fix that. It's fine if we kind of, I guess. This is be something that is much more difficult for me, I gotta say. Perspective stuff like this, holy. So, because realistically, that's just gonna extend off. You're not gonna be able to see the corner. You would be able to see the corner as soon as you come in. Be kind of in view. Yeah. Gonna have to be okay with it, I guess, for now. Ah, there we go. That's actually kind of a nice perspective. So it's slightly off, kind of like that. That makes sense. You're not gonna be able to see the top of this, but I'm already drawing it from like a higher up perspective, so I might as well continue that. Got the windows. Ooh, should we have no windows on the ground floor? I like that idea. I kind of like the idea of having no windows on the ground floor. I also kind of like the idea of not having this many windows, but I also really like the Firewatch station windows, like the cabin kind of style windows like that. It's pretty damn cool. Chat, why is perspective stuff so hard? All right, so that's the thing. So turn power, turn off major interstation. Okay, so interstation. Unlock a door. This is where you find out that the door is not able to be unlocked. It's stuck, and so you're gonna have to actually power the station off in order to be able to do it. So this is where you actually would just straight up. So you, I will draw the the front door was basically here. We can kind of keep this one, reuse it, I guess. And then this guy could have like a little. There we go, like that. I like the idea of the main station. Should all the doors be the same though? Or do we only have the station have like the secure door? Like the rest of them are like kind of normal doors. You know, you get your little door knob. What do you think? To be determined. We got our thing there. We got our little whatever here. Our keypad. No run!
I can't believe Warframe gave us access to the deep mines. It's more fungal than I thought it'd be.
Yeah, someone was telling me about that. They were talking to me about that. Thank you so much for the 73 months. Did you just reset, Nolan? That would just happened. Thank you so much. Welcome back. How are you doing, Aaron? It's good to see you. But thank you so much, man. 73 months. I really appreciate it. What you up to? How have you been? I know nothing about the deep mines in Warframe. Fungal, though, you say. Interested to see how, I'll have to check it out. I've been meaning to catch up on Warframe stuff for a long time now. It just hasn't happened, unfortunately. I need to do that, though. Looks like a little robot dude. So we're working some Valis tiles with new bounties. Oh, okay. It's not enough to come back if you generally aren't interested yet. But I'm gonna just get ready for work. What sort of game are we making? It's a horror game, but it's gonna be like one of those games that So it's gonna be like a horror game, but it's kind of like your typical thing where you're interacting with something. Are you building factorial blueprints without me? Never, Gaxco. I would never do that to you. We're building real life. Well, it's not real life blueprints, but pseudo real life blueprints. How you doing, Gaxco? It's good to see you. So what sort of game? Yeah, it's a horror game. The idea is that basically, so you know how I talked about lock experiment before? I'm using my snooze up. I don't know why it says I only have one snooze but I haven't snoozed ads a single time yet. Horror blueprints, yeah. I need to play that game, but not. I tested an alpha of that concept recently. Oh, really? That's pretty neat. So not heavy into the puzzles, but just an like the stuff that you have to do just serves to immerse you. Kind of like the horror games, where you run a food stall or, you run like a restaurant or whatever. Like there are the things that you got to do just, as your part of your job that provide the opportunities by which things happen, like a jump scare, whatever else, things that make you tense. But it's all, but you have to do them thematically because of the job, Now for more versions, yeah, that would be neat for sure. So the thing is in this case, like I said, it just served to immerse you and stuff. But what I'm gonna try to do, Noran, is all of this stuff will be completely within TinBears. It's all gonna take place within my world. You're gonna throw something. Well, I hope it's light. Whatever you throw, and I hope it's not hands. But yeah, it's gonna be all within the fictional world of TinBears, Noran. So it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's your first foray into TinBears. It's gonna happen. I promise. So it's probably my future. That's fair. Mine too. So yeah, I'm really excited for that. So, but I didn't actually give you the whole premise. So essentially, the concept is that after a storm damages a weather station that we have, or so the player's told, you're sent to repair, perform necessary repairs and, get the station back online. So, you're going to arrive and, perform, do the repairs, whatever else, whatever kind of maintenance it necessitates. Now, you may arrive, though, and maybe it doesn't look like a storm's what damaged the station after all. You don't know. There may be some intense things that happen while you're there. The station may or may not be defended by turrets. We'll see about that one. Like we're going to escape the map. I'll do my best to make sure you can't escape the map. I actually have an idea for anyone who strays too far from the station. So I had thought of that. I was literally going to sleep, I think 2 nights ago. It was last night or 2 nights ago. Thank you so much for even saying that, Noran. I wrote it down in the notes on my phone because I was in bed. And I forgot I wanted to write it down on my computer. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. I think I wrote it down. Did I just think I wrote it down? That's going to be kind of sad. Man, I think I just thought I wrote it down. Never mind. I did write it down. Cool. Yep. But yeah, no, if you escape the map, that'd be great. Still working on the weather station thing? Yeah. Yeah, it's just I know. No, it's okay. You can give me shit, Muffin. But yeah, basically it's gonna kind of work off maybe like a day cycle thing where you do what you can each day. Days kind of pass, things get a little bit more intense as time goes by. Till you need to leave, but there may be a reason why you can't leave, and you have to stay, even though you really don't want to. So we'll see. We'll see. Right now, I'm just kind of storyboarding. I'm trying to figure out, kind of like the visual progression of things to see if things make sense. You seen today's teasers? I saw the gym thing where you can level up everything. Nicholas sent it to me, and also like I saw like this weird flask kind of shaped thing to the left of your inventory, but that's all I saw. That's all I saw. No, I didn't watch the video. I think I have it up. When open blind chests, all nearby ones open. Hey yo, dude, we actually have the technology. That's crazy. That's super neat, actually. I like that. I mean, I'm all for them giving us more of the quality of life stuff. We need it. It's good. Alt og spamming is nice. I do craft flash sometimes. Yeah, it's gonna be great for builder. I gotta tell you. Might go ahead and start a raffle to guess a number. Ads need to run the Twitch side, so I'll be right back. Stretch my legs and stuff while that happens, and we'll be right back. Quick 3-minute break. Alrighty, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Okay. So am I working like a tincture? Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of thinking that, something reminiscent of how what do you call it worked, Yeah, like the tinctures and stuff. But yeah, I don't think it'd be active if it was closable. Yeah, I get you. I mean, I don't. I think it'd be, if anything, it'd be like set the augment, so it would function more like a relic. But I imagine, like, my impression was that it was since it was flask shaped, that it'd be like some kind of flask, but they would, or I guess it could just be shaped like a flask. How relics work? Yeah, I mean, it's just essentially. Well, I mean, I'm talking about like sanctum relics though. Just stuff that literally is attributed to whatever. I'm not talking about like the one, because I didn't play that league where like you're talking about like map relics and stuff, right? I think. Or no, I played a little bit with Builder in that one. Oh, you didn't play Sanctum? Yeah, okay. So, I mean, it could literally just be like you lose less honor when you're hit or something, right? Stuff like that. So, or you start with, I guess, maybe like some inspiration. Don't quote me on that. I don't really remember any. I'm not like a Sanctum fan or Sanctum expert. Um, but yeah, I mean, that was just my impressions. So. Goodbye. Who are you saying goodbye to? Is it Nicholas? I hope it's not me. I didn't do anything wrong, so I would imagine it would be me. This world. Premiere's pissing you off? Uh-oh. Are you having problems with Premiere? It's crazy to me how, like, some of these things, video editing software is so fun. I haven't used Premiere for a long time, so I can't really say anything, but I think everyone's gonna be heisting with the changes. I mean, it makes sense, I guess, because like you could literally, I imagine it's probably gonna streamline getting into Sanctum, right? Because you're literally just gonna be able to do more sooner, right? Guys, there's a problem. Ooh, you know what'd be kind of cool? Okay, so hear me out, right? Hear me out. So maybe because, so you know how like the doors are stuck, right? The doors are stuck and you can't actually enter the main building. And so you need to turn the power off. Well, I mean, if I make this another freaking powered door, right? If I make this another powered door, right? Oh, what the? My brain. This guy could be closed. So maybe they actually have to go through like a maintenance hatch or something. Maybe you have to go through like there's a little vent right here, you know? What do you think? Vent. For some reason this project is trying to render out to be like 140 gigabytes. Holy, that sounds like the... What did I say? I said maybe you need to go through like some kind of like a maintenance hatch or something, or like a vent or something, because the door is going to be, if this door is shut but the system can't let you in, you know why? If this door is shut but you need to turn off the power, which is only accessible inside this building. You know? Why would it be shut? Why wouldn't it be shut? People left in a rush, right? Who was so yeah, but like why would someone have left from inside the power building? That's an unmanned building. Yeah, but the power building is just an unmanned building. I mean, there would be no reason for you to be in there, you know? So dusty as hell. I mean, I guess a lot of dust could probably accrue in like a month, but I was in there. Nicholas was here, written on the inside. Oh. What's the protocol for leaving? A death trap? What do you mean? Protocol for what? Could be a magnetic lock system. So we're gonna do a maglock system, Panda. That is the case. So that's why I was gonna make it where like, that's why I was gonna make it where like this door here, you cannot get into. Right? But as soon Fluffy, hey, how's it going? Welcome. How you doing today, Fluffy? All doors gonna stay perma shut? No, no. Oh, for a power outage? Power outage, you'd be able to, the doors would be able to be manually opened. They'd be able to be manually opened. Because like I was going with the maglock idea where you it is locked when it is on, but it's like a fail safe thing where, you know, if power goes out or something, you wouldn't be locked in. So that's the whole reason why I was saying this particular door is broken. The system is broken. It's not that the door is broken, but like this terminal that interacts with like the main system is like frozen. It's like hard frozen. You need to reset this guy. You need to reset the whole station. The whole station is like in a weird state. It's in a very you know, it panicked, you know. So you need to reset the whole station. To reset the whole station, you want to actually. Yeah, they can go in and out of the power building. Yeah, I want to do that because the whole thing is that this panel that you're gonna be changing phases between phases of power, which I think I may actually get rid of minimal and just go from emergency to full. I'm not sure, but regardless, this panel is within the power station. Is this a flat roof? I don't know. It'd feel very bunker like if it was a flat roof, but I don't think I'm gonna do that because it just wouldn't really make as much sense. I don't know like standards for concrete structures with snow that are gonna get like snow on them because they're gonna be stronger, of course, but still, like I don't know regulation wise like what also makes sense. Hey Skella, good to see you. How would you have a power building with nobody inside? You gotta at least have maintenance crew. Well, it's just a power, but it's unmanned power. It's like a power station. Like, you don't need to man the power station. The crew that works for the whole station would do anything they needed to with the power build, you know, inside the power building. But other than that, their job is in the main station, you know, monitoring stuff. So. Then I mean, sure, I could add a vent, but I feel like people-sized vents are a cop-out. Yeah, I agree. They're not as common as movies make them feel. Yeah. No, I understand. Break a window and then patch with cardboard. Yeah. Handheld tech. Yeah. Train an electric lock and override it. Well, if yeah. Gonna make me bring back that OBD tool. Kind of like Alien Isolation, remember? I barely remember anything about that game. But I remember you having to do some kind of like hacking thing, right? If you have a flat top concrete roof, I don't know how the actual goes, but like you'd have to have a drain system built into the roof. Some newer fancy places have heating built into the roof to melt ice and snow. So could always do something like that. Could always do something like that. Because the feel I'm going for, Skella, is that it's like a you know, steampunkish, but also like there is futuristic technology. So like there are things that are just beyond like your normal person's comprehension. Like they would have to study to understand it and stuff, right? It wouldn't be like looking at an engine and be like, ah, yes, okay, explosion happened, gas explodes, air gets sucked, air get expelled, you know, kind of thing. You know, not to say that engines aren't complicated and people who understand them, you know, are respectful of it, but I digress. My point is that, you know, it's, you have those kinds of engines, those more primitive kind of machines, and then you have things that are just like, you look at this thing and it's like it has a blue light and it hums and you're like, this thing powers the entire station, and you're like, yep, that's good. A bomb by Bamba. Yeah. Oh yeah, because it was like what? Oh, where you had to match the patterns and stuff. Yeah. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Am I right? We're still talking about engines, right? But yeah, exactly. Fallout Fusion course. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Kind of like that, Loki. Welcome back. It's good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, exactly. Something kind of like that. Where like in Fallout, exactly. Like there are things that are just Pilot 18 Plus edition. Um, there are things that just, you know, are very like mechanical and stuff, but there are also things that are just like, yep, you just have this power cell and don't ask questions about it. It powers this facility. So um yeah, I mean, I don't want to do a vent thing because that feels like a cop out. Also, like, I guess there would probably want to be some form of ventilation. I actually didn't even think about that. Buildings do need ventilation. That is a thing, isn't it? But like, I would make this vent not where you could just like do whatever. I was thinking vent or skylight. This is probably a decently tall building. I mean, it's probably gonna be like a 3.5 meter tall building or something. So 4 meter tall building. So not super tall, but just something you're not gonna just be able to like be like, yeah, let me get on top of that, you know. I don't know if you guys know this, but what made me think about it is like, oh, if you want to get on top of it, just put some crates down, right? And you can climb the crates. There's actually a metric that is jokingly used. It's not even necessarily jokingly used, but it's used to kind of measure the quality of a game. And the theory is that you can determine the quality of a game based on how long it is before you see your first crate. Believe it or not. So yeah, kind of funny. And it could be like, it could be just like a stereotypical crate, like basically just that they caved and not necessarily even caved, but just that whoever designed the level put just a crate there to be like, yep, that's what's there. Whether or not you use it to, you know, to actually like get up on something, but fire escape ladder is an option, but too high to reach. So crate dumpster need to be moved. Yeah. What do we do with trash? Surely it's all incinerated, right? Explain how anything in the fictional universe works. I'll have to watch this. Something means? Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Thank you for sending it. Because my other idea is that like you don't have to care because these doors could actually just be like they could actually just be like it could just be a door. Like imagine this wasn't here and it's just like a typical door. It's got a knob, or something or whatever, right? I don't feel like you'd have those kinds of doors out here, but blue hour trash would animatic for similar. Yeah, they I imagine a giant incinerator that you throw whatever you want to into whatever you want. Main station. So what's inside that building? This building is just gonna have literally the generator, the main generator. That's its sole purpose. And maybe like a whatever electrical kind of equipment goes along with that. Whether it's like a you got a transformer, you will have power panels, stuff like that. Because essentially, my idea is that the system's messed up, right? It's in this frozen state. You need to reboot the whole station. You need to reset everything. So what you do is you head over to the power building, and you're like, let's just ignore the door for now. You get into the power building, you find this panel, and you're like, okay, well the readouts, whatever. You don't have to care about that. The current power level is emergency, okay, which it would tell you like here, for example. And you're like, okay, well, I need to shut it off and I need to turn it back on again, right? So what you do is you go here, you pump the pneumatics air switch, and then once it's primed, you just hit off. Station shuts off. Main generator turns off too. Oh no, wait. If the main generator's running, there'd be no reason for you to have to start it again. Also, a switch would not turn off the generator. A switch just is a switch. I'll have to figure that out. But to continue answering your question, Panda. So you always come back to this panel though. Like you're gonna need to come back to this panel because you're gonna need to get the station back to emergency and then back to minimal and then back to full, right? Or we just do emergency and then full. You should have emergency stops, yeah. But I mean, like, I just mean for this panel that the panel like doing off would just sever the connection between the generator and the rest of the station, which would effectively reboot the station. So I don't know. Because there needs to be a reason for why the main generator needs to be shut off if it's running. I could have it where the auxiliary generator is running, but I don't like that idea because if I like the idea that the auxiliary generator is just a primitive gas powered generator. So, how is it running still? This control is not on the generator. This is inside the building, hooked up to conduit that is attached to the generator. This is like a power panel. It's like a power meter that's on your house, for example, and that's like essentially the breaker inside your house, right? So this is just the in between. But if the generator is running, I just don't know. Like, I can't think of a reason of why you would turn it off. Emergency stop should be on the generator though. Well, I just mean are you talking about emergency there? Because that represents the emergency power level where everything it's powering emergency systems only. Make it not be running? Well, yeah, if it's not running though, what prevents you from getting inside? Nothing. So that completely changes the start, right? I really like the idea that that when you get to the station, it's in some kind of like bad state. Like it is in, it's like something weird happened where the system's messed up and like it's in this kind of compromised state. Inside the power building. No, into the main building. Nothing stopping you from getting when you enter the place, right? Just go straight in to the right here, right? Because what's the flow right now is that you walk in, and you go and you're like, oh, my objective is to get into the station, right? This guy. I go to the door, I try and interact with it, nothing works. It's like it's messed up. So I'm like, okay, so let me head down to the power station now and try and get into this guy. Whether or not this door is locked. The locked doors are stopping you, at least from the station. I imagine this guy will have a door too. Locks just shut and stay shut. Well, my idea is it's like a mag lock system where if you are on the inside of a room, you can get out. Right. I don't know if maglock works both ways or what. I guess it would work both ways. But this would be more like one way. Staying locked in power outages? Yeah. Well, I can understand at that point. But I this isn't a prison, so I wouldn't want to make it like that. It makes sense. You don't want. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't want it. Yeah. OSHA will be mad if they see a door that locks when it loses power. That's okay. I don't think a lot of things in my fictional world are OSHA approved, Loki. So I think it's okay. We have a variant of OSHA that's here. I think I accidentally bumped my camera. I just realized. Anyway, sorry, I'm just like thinking out loud here. I like the idea of a one-way lock though. A one-way failsafe at least. If a building if like yeah, no, I know. If it makes sense, it makes sense. Yeah. Well, I know. What are you saying in that case? Because a lot of buildings have like a lot of people want most small details. Yeah, but like I don't want for your beginning. I don't want like the story or at least like what I'm making happen. Because a lot of games, I don't know. I guess they don't necessarily have to do it, but like. I just want the stuff that you have to do for things to happen to you, like to provide opportunities for things to happen. I don't want that to feel like I don't want you to be like, this makes no sense. Why am I doing this? Why am I picking up a rock from 20 feet away when I could grab the rock right in front of me? As a dumb example, but the example is that I could do this here. Why do I have to go through all the effort of doing something else? Yeah, I know people don't question a lot of stuff, but I like something that makes sense. Pretty sure most generator rooms don't have magnetic locks though. That's okay. This place does. That's my my example. Or I mean not my example. My that's my idea. Your invoice? Oh. I know. I was wondering when you were gonna join to finally
because
give me some ideas on stream, man.
Here's my question. I'm not fully understanding what you're talking about. What's the problem? So the player walks in, right?
Yeah.
Through the 7-foot door.
It's not a 7-foot door. It's like a 7-8 foot door,
and
there's nothing wrong with that.
Let's say
it's just that.
Hold
on, wait a minute. Hold on, let's roll it back. What's wrong with a 7-foot door? I feel like that's perfectly fine.
That's
what I'm saying.
That's it.
No, no. I think I like it because it's 2 meters. I like even numbers. It's gonna be a 2 meter door. It's gonna be
That's perfectly
two
fine.
meter
Yeah, yeah.
2 meter
All right,
door is
so
great.
that's why let's
Gotta move it
skip over
equipment in and out.
that. So I'm assuming there's gonna be prompts, right? That's just like in any video game.
It's gonna be a
Pick
2
up
meter
that,
wide door
grab
too.
this,
Yeah.
do that. Okay.
Yes.
Square doors are kind of ugly. Um. So here's the thing.
It'll be
right?
1.9
Let's say that you
meters.
walk in. Let's say that you walk in and the prompt is gain access to the station, right? And are the players gonna have a little mini map of some sorts? Is there gonna be a map?
It's
Or
subjective.
is
It's
the place
just
gonna be small enough
yeah. I mean,
that it's just
if you look at
like,
the whole
okay, yeah.
the whole idea is that the compound is like, it's like a 32. It's like a 32 square meter area.
Okay, yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Then is the let's say that the main building, the tower or whatever, is very recognizable, so people just
It's just
dash to
it
it.
is the big building on the right. Yeah, when you enter.
Yeah, so let's say that they dash to it, right? Let's say
Well,
that
I mean the idea is that you have an objective
as
system.
a gamer, I as a gamer
So.
would immediately start snooping around wherever is like closest to me. I wouldn't like unless I'm like speed running or I don't really
Yeah.
care
Mhm.
about what's happening. I'm
Yeah.
not really gonna dash for the main objective.
Right.
But let's say that they dash for the main objective.
Right.
They try the door.
Right.
They get a prompt like, "Oh, the power's out. Try resetting the power, resetting the locks, something,
Right.
something."
Yeah.
They get pointed towards the power building.
Yep.
They see that they are like, well, I can't get in there either because the whole power thing, right? And the locks, resetting the locks.
Right.
So that's where you get that's where you're at right now, right?
Right. Well, I was just thinking of whether or not I wanted, because I could on the like the storage and power building, there could just be more primitive doors, and the only like more advanced kind of security door would be on the main compound and also on the station itself, because like that's the main place we
That
want
would
to like
also make
control
sense.
access.
That would also make sense.
Although,
yeah,
we wouldn't want to let anyone into the power building. But again, like people aren't the thing. The thing that I'm also thinking about is that like this isn't so much like the real world where maybe you have this kind of like what you would want to be a secure compound surrounded by civilization and people, where like some bad actor could just be like, hey, look at that power building, this unguarded. I'm gonna jump the fence, unplug this thing, whatever. I don't have to care about getting into the main station or you know whatever. In this case, like that's not gonna happen. So I like to design around the idea that we wouldn't want things to get in that are creatures, you know, things, hostile entities. And it's not so much that we want to keep people out. That is the case in some things, but like it's more built around the idea that you're trying to protect the people, keep the people safe, or just provide some kind of level, keep the people safe from, you know, creatures and stuff.
I mean, also part of storytelling could be that something happened to the building previously, and now the lock is, you know, you can see the electrical lock, but you can tell it's busted. And you can also tell that someone just welded like 2 pegs, and it's just a chain wrapped around a bunch of loops with a lock.
Like, oh my god, someone zip tied the door shut, and you're like, I can't get in here. That would be hilarious.
That would be funny.
Zip tie on the door, and it's like, yep, no, your character's just maybe, like, oh, I can't get in. You're like, you
maybe
bitch.
This happened before.
Cut the thing.
And they didn't bother with like relocking the building with the electric lock because they were like, okay, every time like we lose power for some reason, this happens. So they were like, we were not supposed to. It's outside of protocol, but screw this lock. It's annoying, and they literally just like disabled the lock, and the power building has no lock, or it has a more primitive lock. It's just an actual lock.
It could be that the power station's panel's like busted out. The only thing, the thing that I want to be careful about though is that to do things that are purely convenient. Of like, oh, plot wise, it wouldn't make sense if you can't get in the main building because the door's locked. You wouldn't be able to get the power building. Oh, you know what? I'll just make it where the power building's panel's not working. Done. You can go through the, you know, enter the door, right?
Well, no, like I just explained, it could be part of storytelling. It could be that like the building lost power multiple times, and whoever was in charge got annoyed. Like, how many times have you heard of people for the sake of convenience, disabling an alarm because they were like, oh yeah, no,
That's
that
literally gonna
alarm goes off
happen,
all the
and that's
time.
literally gonna happen
Exactly.
later. Yeah.
Then
So
it's proof that the people that were manning this station were already very much inclined
efficient,
towards
efficient.
fucking shit up like that.
Yeah.
So it literally wouldn't. You can literally like point out the fact that like the cover, the face cover of the electric lock is like halfway off because like
Yeah.
someone just like took it off, snipped some wires, and then like taped it back on just so that it's there and they don't
Yeah.
lose it. But they literally did it so because like every time they would lose power, someone had to crawl, and it was just annoying. And then it would get wet because of the snow, and like they was just like, screw it.
Yeah. I love The Thing, by the way, Loki.
That's perfect storytelling.
One of my favorite
And
movies
then
or
and
ideas.
then because of that fact, because the power building is not as secure, it's a perfect excuse of why something or someone, while you are not watching, got in there and messed shit up, and now you're out of power at 4 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's
It's
definitely
all storytelling. It's no shortcuts, bro. It's a feature. You gotta think like a true developer. It's a feature, dude. It's not a bug. He's not T-posing. He's
stretching.
Threateningly.
He's
The
stretching.
T's for threaten.
Yep. It's an intimidation stance.
Yeah, intimidation.
Yep. All right, that's fine. The panel busted. Moving on.
No, not busted.
No, it's
Literally,
done.
like,
It's
they
busted.
purposefully took it out of service.
I could just have a little like override button where it's just a little button, literally like a jerry rigged freaking button that is just like the circuit, like the wires have been pulled out, and you see like two wires connected in this like little button, like this little taped on like button thing, and you press that, and it's like door opens.
Yeah.
You're like, okay. The problem, like, if this was a month went by, I think it'd be funny to add like a little note of like door bypass because I'm tired of this panel freezing or something.
Or the sign that says "Do not fix broken on purpose."
Yeah.
Leo, you're welcome.
About time, bro. That's what I pay
back
you
into
for,
the
man.
shadows.
Thanks. Yeah, I love the Loki idea. Not the Loki idea. Oh my god, I love the Thing idea. Like I really like the Thing as an idea and stuff. That's one reason I really like that game Nuclear Nightmares that I played recently. It's just unfortunate that the game's not in a very well polished shape, unfortunately. So like it's not very fun at the moment. I hope the guy works on it more and makes it it better. But I do love the Thing and everything. It's such a scary concept. Right, for the power keep going out, have a system where you can overload a fuse, like putting in a lower rated fuse as a temporary solution. Could do something like that. True. That's true. Yeah. I mean, I imagine that the power's not going to go out. I think it'd be interesting to make the power go out once or twice as a thing, but it'd be more of like, not necessarily like, I don't know. I'm not too sure. Stuff. I don't know how many times I'd have it happen. See, so if it's like this. Think me a broken panel scenario? I'm thinking so. Like it's been kind of like manipulated by someone because they just kind of got tired of dealing with it. I think I don't mind doing that kind of thing because it's realistic, honestly. People, you see this all the time in real life where there's something that should not should be working, like an alarm. They silence an alarm, whatever else, and like all of a sudden it is not good that you did that, and you pay the price. You know, yeah, exactly. Lucky, yeah, yep. So. I almost said F12 again. What did I do? Oh, put a W. Yeah, I'll just do it. How are you doing, Skella? Though it's good to see you. Okay, so we got that. So you're inside now. This is what you should see. You would just, I think. Well, so should we have it? So we should we completely turn off the generator then? I like the idea for turning off the generator. So I think we will do that. So. Oh my. Good enough. I imagine this guy is like a more primitive looking generator where it's like it's still like a kind of a frame here maybe. You got like vents. Let's see. Actually, let's do a box. Go. And we'll do like a. There we go. So that was I think for like half a day, but you're chilling. Oh, good. First time, Nicholas. Yeah, I know. Bless the little guy's heart, man. Bashmatic programming that will cause headaches. Yeah. Um. Fun. I'll have to look at how like these generators are actually done, but I don't really know how I want to stack or like do the I was looking at the actual generator again. Where's a generator with a panel on it? Yeah. Do like this, and then we'll, oops, then we'll just do like big vents over here. But I have multiple fridge size generator. If it's a compound, it's gonna have one big generator, Panda, and one chunk generator. It's a chonker, okay? Let's actually move. We'll just have like one vent here, and then to the left we'll have a panel. Kind of like that. We can do that, and then we're gonna have the emergency stop be like. Shrink this a little bit. Maybe make it more of like a display like that, and then it could actually just be a smaller, I think, side view anyway. Yeah, like a little bit more boxy. Make it there, and then we're gonna have like so yeah, we'll have to have like a start. We'll have like a start, stop. So I'm assuming generators have the emergency stops, not the stop, right? Shut off kill switch. Oh, you could have like a little box. Yeah, you have like a little box around it. Maybe down a little bit, and then start. I think that's good. Maybe we have this above it. I don't know. Trying to think of like the actual layout of what this would look like, you know? Cause I don't really know. Jared, hello. How are you doing today? I mean, that's like what I'm looking for, but I can't freaking. What is this? What is this Zoom? Oh, find a different one, maybe. Oh yeah, okay. I mean, do I have any like? I guess we could have some gauges and stuff. We could just copy. So emergency stops. This on this one, the panel it's located all to the right. I guess I could actually do that. So like this could be here. This could be like there or something. And then where is it? It shows it all below it. Yeah. So these are actually square dials. Interesting. Kind of like the idea of them being square too. So where is the actual just normal stop on these things? It's a test run. Looks like. Things. A lot of the emergency stops are just like round or red buttons. I guess that makes sense. It's easy enough to do. What the hell did I just press? I just minimized everything on my computer. That must have been a Windows shortcut. What the? Oh, man. Everything up again. Oh, God. There we go. Windows key plus M? It almost felt like it was like that control. I don't even know how I hit Windows key. Because it wasn't M. It was almost like Windows F or something. I don't know. Yeah, twice to undo. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely didn't hit M. I must have hit like. I feel like I hit Windows F instead or something. I don't know. What exactly happened there? Yeah, I don't know. I've accidentally done that before where I switched into the, you switch like the virtual desktops and stuff. Oh man. Windows D? Maybe that was what it was. Yeah, because instead of Control S, I was one off. That actually probably could have been it, yeah. Because Control S literally shift one to the right, and that would be it. So. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Something is not sitting right with my brain. What is it? I think we changed this one. Like what? Something about the flow here, but I think it's fine because I'm just thinking. So the story progression here is off now, but that's okay because so we turn off the main generator to unlock the doors, right? So but this was wrong because this says turn off main generator to unlock doors. This says shut off power using the switch. Well, that doesn't make sense because the switch is just going to disconnect the power. It's not going to turn off the generator. So I was thinking, okay, well, we need to actually turn off the generator. And I guess we could probably disconnect it before we just shut it off. Yeah, we should. Okay. Press emergency. Be an event. Like trouble detected image and turns itself off. That's true, actually. We could flip the. We could always like flip it to off, and then like, because of the difference and energy that it'd be pulling, it could always trip something and be like, "Whoa, I'm gonna shut off now." Emergency procedure or something? Yeah. Yeah. Would that be good? Because then the siren, then like a loud beeper could go off for yeah, a loud thing could go off for whenever all you're doing is disconnecting the power, and then all of a sudden the main generator is like, "Hey man, I need assistance." So in that case, this is still takes place. Let's put that there. Automate message or something too. I like that idea. Restart. Now we want to restart the main generator. Versus power only, yeah. Restart the main generator. So restart the to restart the main generator. This is where we actually have to do. So we wouldn't actually do this yet. This would be down here. But we could also handle turning it on emergency. Maybe I wonder if I want to do. Make a pump. The switch should be there and turn off easier. Well, what's gonna happen? The idea so far is that just basically. So when you get to the station, right? You walk in, you see whatever. You go up to the main door. Main door you can't unlock because where the power's on and the system's in a irrecoverable state. So you're like, I can't. The door is inoperable. So you go to you're like, okay, I need to turn off the power generator. There's an overridden panel, convenient for you to use because this is also a powered door. You go in, and it's just like, okay, well, let's just disconnect the power. You disconnect the power, right? You pump the switch, you hit off, and then now it would be that the main generator is like, whoa, some differential is too much. I don't like this. I'm gonna shut off. So this guy completely turns off, and all of a sudden it's like, well, that's a little bit bigger of a problem to get him back online, because to get him back online, he needs to be powered first by the auxiliary generator. So then this flow would be accurate now, where you enter the station, you try to unlock the door, you can't. You turn out the main generator to unlock doors, you shut off the power. Now you can open the station door. So my idea is to make you go ahead and like set down your equipment and stuff upstairs in the station, kind of get, situated almost. And then now you're like, all right, well, I guess I should get the power back on. So you go back down. I need to figure out how the player is supposed to be informed of like knowing the process of all this, because it could just be like a simple objective based system of a little prompt pops up and like, oh, that's my objective, turn on the generator, whatever. Broflex no longer within standard parameters. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. There'll be plenty of that. There'll be plenty of that, Jared. So then, okay, you turn on the auxiliary generator. You can't get the auxiliary generator on. You fix it. I have this unclogged intake filter. That's that may be changed, but that's what I have for now. And then start the auxiliary generator, and then now you can go in the process of restarting the main generator. So that I don't know how I want to do, because that is very subject to like anything could happen. Because now all of a sudden this generator is, it's something that is entirely based in fiction. So it may need something specific done in order, bring it back online. So I have to think about that. Ads do need to run though, and I need to use the restroom, so it's a perfect time to take a quick 3-minute break. So I will do so, and then we'll continue when I get back. Be right back, like quick 3-minute break. Alrighty, I am back. Thanks for waiting. I'm like, why does it feel like my camera's moving? A little suspicious now. Feel about that. All right. So, restart the main generator. Okay. We'll come back to that. So change the emergency power stage. All right. All right, I like this. So let's see. We got some stuff here. So what's the inside of this place gonna look like? I actually never ended up developing the rest of that. Yeah, what kind of generator this is gonna be? No, other than it's gonna be a futuristic one. Now, I don't really know what I want to go for. Thought too much about it. I don't know, like, yeah, I don't know. Not too sure. Monorail, hydropower, yeah. Wind power. It would definitely be more along the lines of, yeah, like, fusion slash magic. Yeah, it's hamster, yeah. It'll be thermodynamic or something else. Jillian, hello, welcome. How's it going? That's tough because, I mean, it's not okay. Well, here's the thing. I would want it to be self-contained. I'm doing well, Jillian. Thanks for asking. I hope you're doing well. I'd want it to be, kind of some kind of smaller, self-contained, futuristic, generator, right? Like not something where it had to rely on, kind of some kind of thermal exchange where, it's got to like, produce steam or, we gotta get water from somewhere. So it would definitely be more along the lines of like real world crazy example. Yeah, sure. Because is fusion still fusion? Because is fusion again just like being used to heat? What am I doing? I am working on designing and storyboarding my first game. This is Obsidian that you see here with the Excalidraw plugin. And so basically, I'm just kind of writing out, like you'll see here, storyboarding. So seeing kind of important frames, moments that are going to happen as you kind of go through the game initially. Greetings from Colombia. Nice. Well, welcome. I appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. Welcome again. There's fusion tech, which basically uses magnets or magnetics as a piston. The plasma acts on the field. Its force is transferred into magnetic flux. See, that's the thing I was thinking more along the lines of is like you would create energy based on, more like magnetism and stuff, right? Rather than having to rely on some exchange of something. It's more like the energy is just transformed very well, I guess evaporating water is also an exchange of energy, but yeah, transformation of energy, but yeah. This video of inside of a fusion reactor, yeah, it's that video is really cool looking. It looks like something. It's definitely from the future, man. Super cool. Where am I from? Florida. Florida in the US. So the same field is used to compress the fusion plasma to create the effect. So the same field used to compress the fusion plasma to create the effect. Expansion is utilized the same way to gather energy, making it hum. Checking thermal kinetic to make energy with that example. Yeah. So it's this modulation that actually like almost reverberation that's causing like the piston like causing like the piston like movement oscillation essentially. Usually takes a lot of power to start them. Not sure if you're aiming for realism. Well, that's the thing. Like, yeah, I don't mind. Like, this thing could be a fusion reactor, or whatever. Like, I don't mind saying it's a fusion reactor and glossing over the fact that maybe you can't make, you know, my concept to jumpstart. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the kind of thing that I think's a little funny is that right now, my idea for this big generator is that it's not going to have any battery backup, you know? It's just, if it loses power to itself, it just has nothing to start itself again. You have to use the auxiliary generator. But again, I'm kind of a fan of those kinds of things because, you know, it just feels very like, who designed this? Why do I have to go through this process every time? Why was this not changed to be better by now? So, futuristic battle girl is, yeah. I'm okay with, in this case, just the auxiliary generator being something that has to store up the power in order to actually discharge it, you know, or whatever, to start the main generator, right? This could be like a little self-contained little fusion reactor. I think that'd be cool, but essentially just something that, you know, makes a lot of power. And I've always liked the kind of, you know, humming of things. And also I really like Cherenkov radiation, like that kind of blue, that blue emission is insane of, you know, the ionization of the air and everything. Iron Man's arc reactor, yeah, like that kind of stuff's always very, very cool, where you can almost see like an energy field moving around, or in this case, you know, fusion's case, I guess the plasma and stuff. So, but yeah. I think that only happens in water. I don't know. I know. I think all the examples I have seen are probably in water. Did you ever get an explanation why it does the blue glow? I thought it was because like the ionization of the, or was it the ionization of the water specifically? I don't know. I was thinking air, but maybe it was the ionization of the water. I remember reading about it a long time ago. I cannot recall exactly why it happens. The water light speed limit is lower. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, right? Yeah. Lithium antimatter reactor. You're witnessing light wave sonic booms. That's interesting. Jankov, you were close, Rakish. Blue shifted, yeah. Gamma slams into particles of water. Yeah, it's yeah, okay. Red shifted down. It's such a creepy effect, isn't it? It's so scary to think that you're witnessing that, and it's as a result of the sheer amount of radiation, and it's just scary because you're thinking, I definitely don't want to get close to that. Your work is amazing. Thank you, Julian. I appreciate that. I hope it's amazing. I hope it to be amazing. I don't know if it is in this current state, but I hope to make something that people enjoy playing. That's for sure. You can swim in the reactor water and be fine. First, we have 0 senses for it. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's the scary thing. Think about it. You could just suffer insane amount of radiation. Like the people like at the Chernobyl incident where they were like the firefighters and stuff, picking up like the graphite. I mean, could you imagine? And then moments later, the guy's hand starts hurting real bad. I mean, like, dude, that kind of shit gives me chills, man. It's yeah, I know. It's so sad. At that point, you're already dead. It's crazy. It's scary. We can actually delete these now. The video of a GoPro getting itself ionized to death pretty wild. Isn't it just like it gets like extreme static and like discoloration of the like it's static but it's colored static, right? Like cuz the it's crazy. So I guess we'll go with the inside of this place. So yeah, I guess the next thing is basically just think about what this should be. Sensor goes ballistic, yeah. Scary stuff. So this is 60 meters. So this is a 4-meter room. A 4-meter room is what? That's that's pretty standard. Yeah, it's pretty standard for like a room size, right? I always love terrifying out. Oh, how terrifying just static could be in the right context, or seeing like white flashing dots. Yeah, exactly. 12 by 12. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. Gotcha. So that'd be basically like 3 meters, but well, less than 3 meters. Imagine how different and dead everything would be if one explosion went off. Oh yeah, you're talking about like because of just the spreading more of more radiation and stuff. What if that one explosion went off the third? Oh, these are actual just straight up lines. Is this really? Wait, what? Oh yeah, I drew that. Oh my god, I drew this so much smaller. Oh, actually no, that's fine. I don't want it to be, I don't think that deep, yeah. The problem is I don't even know what to put in this main station part, but I guess it's fine. I always used to think the reactors were boiling the water until I found out the gamma rays are ripping hydrogen and oxygen apart in the water. Oh, it's actually just separating it? Man. Bunch of melted radioactive stuff melted through the planet. That's might do what they did. Oh, yeah, okay. I gotcha. Yeah, the elephant's foot. That's a scary thing. Yeah, that was shown in the documentary that they made, like the I don't remember what it's called. It's not like it's not like a full documentary. It's like, where they make it into like a drama series, but the one where the guy says like three redogen or something, not too bad, not great, whatever. I don't remember what it is. Based on a real story, yeah. You should definitely watch it, Loki. It was good. I liked it a lot. I think they touched on that though. I remember specifically there's a part in it where it's like the dudes are digging underground. So, I guess that may be referencing what you're talking about. You only have bits and pieces of it, yeah. So what would be a layout here? It'd be kind of cool, a common area. That'd be kind of cool. Have like a common area. I feel like the building's almost too big though. 16 meters is just huge. Before I had to step away, I heard you say something about blue glow, and I want to say that if you put a blue glow pool somewhere, you should make that the only body of water in the game you can swim in. Doing so unlocks a secret ending where you die of radiation sickness 2 weeks later. Yeah, I'd love the Cherenkov radiation. That's what we were talking about, Skella. It's such a cool effect. Yep. Yep. I do want this game to have multiple endings. I do think it'd be cool to make this game have multiple endings. Or, well, maybe not necessarily multiple endings, but like... Well, we'll see. Maybe multiple endings. because I really like the idea of like the near style style games where you can have like multiple endings. Like Near Automata does it really cool where there's like A through Z. There's a specific letter that pertains to some word in that ending's title. So yeah, it's just called Chernobyl. Yeah. That was a good series. It was cool. It's gonna be shaped by their interior. I'm thinking that's maybe what I should do is just shape it based on its interior. Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is that the compound I'm gonna make is a square, basically, or like a, at least rectangular or something. So it doesn't matter too much. How many beds? This is 4. I mean, the thing is too is that they could be bunk beds. I mean, it could fit within a small room. I mean, you think about it, right? Like a 1 meter, or well, like a 2 meter wide room could just be like this. Maybe it's like 2 by 3 meters or something. And then you got the bunk beds like this, you know. And then that's it. I mean that's so like it doesn't take up much space. So that's a difficult thing. Unless we really want to take care of these guys and give them each their own room. It's a hotel design. To buy one with just a bed. It could actually, I guess, just be like a 2 by 1 with just a single bed per room, because that wouldn't feel like it was overdone or anything. Very good series. I watched it proper the first time recently. The scenes of the night explosion were just peak cosmic horror to me. That shot where they stare into the burning reactor core. Yeah, I know, Skella. It's crazy. I was talking about I was saying earlier that could you imagine like those guys picking up like those graphite control rod cases and stuff, like, or no, the graphite, well, I think was the graph I know that the rods were graphite tipped, and that's part of the reason why it happened, but I think there was the actual casings were also graphite too, right? Either way, there were graphite chunks that were scattered, and they were talking about like, the firefighters and stuff picking that stuff up. I mean, man, could you imagine? Scary stuff. Excuse me. Um, I may just have to make it smaller, and then I could just shrink the whole compound. Could always put like the power building up here or something, or just put these buildings closer to one another. It's just like closer over here. Actually, you know what? We could rotate this guy. Can move more like this. I kind of wanted the power building to be far away from the station though, so diagonally, because I just feel like it reinforces this concept of keep something that can explode or whatever away from things that you care about, Your shot moderator. This is probably the fuel rods, yeah. Oh yeah, it was. Well, yeah, but in this case, I think it was graphite tipped control rods, because what happened is as soon as when they were going to try and down regulate the reaction, when the graphite tips went in, it accelerated it for a second, which I believe they said was part of the reason why it happened. But watch the whole thing nearly one sitting as well. Jesus, I only stopped the episode with the dogs because this lady didn't want to watch that part for a bit. Yeah, that's fair. I don't even remember it. I should watch it again. It came out a long time ago, right? Feels like forever ago. I guess the station building, like, why too? Maybe I give each guy his own room, and it's a bigger room, and there are reasons for it. Lena, what you doing? Oh, 19, okay. Cool. I was gonna say it felt old. Damn, I'm old. Boron as a neutron stopper. Crazy how complicated that stuff gets. It's a metal. Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. It's crazy. It's such a scary thing that you literally have to understand everything going on before you try and assemble something like that, you know? You can't just be like, yeah, okay, well something didn't go right here. So product stops reactors. That sounds familiar, but I don't remember anything about it. See, so maybe so this was put in the middle of the building, but this isn't accurate. It's actually gonna be this side. So it's gonna be like maybe here. If that's the case, then I could always do something like this. And then right? And then why does that look like why is this one thick? What happened to you? Um so like these are actual individual rooms and you just kind of you like enter over here. No, no. Hallways, that's what I'm thinking. Basically like you enter and maybe this first area could just be like we probably want an airlock actually. If this is a cold place. Although I don't know how it's not super cold, so I don't know how common it is to have airlocks unless it's like really, really cold. Hallways in the middle? Yeah, I know. I was thinking about that, but I also thought about just making this where it's a wall and you have to walk around to get to your room. Interior design's tough. Yeah, I wouldn't mind it like I wouldn't mind there being like rooms all around, but the thing is that right now like this would be huge to walk into, right? I could make it where you kind of enter and the rooms are very quick, but a mudroom is typical. Yeah. Oh, I figured that there would be like, I guess honestly there could be like this could be just a room with equipment and stuff. That's actually something that I guess could happen here. I could be like this. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if this would be a small room considering it'd be, um, you know, almost 8 meters, 8 by 4 meters. That's a pretty big room. But that's okay because now we need to fit the kitchen somewhere. So what we could do is we could scoot these rooms over. That. Um, you enter in over here. Oh my god. Yes. Shared bathroom. There will need to be bathrooms, that's true. Shared bed. Wait a minute. How much do you appreciate your fellow weather station coworker? 8 by 4 meters is huge. Yeah, I know. It could be like a 4 by 4 room. I think a 4 by 4 room's perfect. It's like you could have outfits, some change of clothes, like some like intermediate storage, whatever else. And then so if the rest of it is whatever, then we would have um we would have 4 by 4 rooms still. Oh, this guy is not gonna have a room. So then let's see. So it could be like this, and then I think this could be the kitchen, and then this would be like the room basically, but so we would still have to like scoot this over. Very small. Then whoops. Oh, these could be the bathrooms. Could be the bathrooms. What is happening? What are these lines? Oh, because they're not actual like drawing lines. Okay. And then so that's bathroom. So common area, maybe we have a kitchen that's open. What if we do this over a little bit? And then we have something that's like the pantry. Problem is, this is like a massive empty area, but It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be like a complete rectangular building. This could all shrink down stuff. So I'll save it like that. But never hire me as your interior designer. Kind of like the of there being like a little bar. Bar would not need to be that big if there was only 4 people that were going to be stationed here, I guess. And this functions as a better common room, honestly. Could this room be? Look at the design of an Arctic station. That would help. Found the solution to your problem? What is that, Muffin? Master case rendering bitrate 10 to 50. Yeah, that's why I mentioned earlier. It sounded like a bitrate thing. Yeah, I tried to help you, but I mean I didn't know if that was the actual problem, but that's what it sounded like to me. You ever had that issue before? Yeah, that's weird. It was just like arbitrarily doing it. I wanted see this is a bit of a problem because I wanted this. I think I'm just gonna need to shrink the size of the station and just not care because I wanted the personal quarters to be on the second level. Could always have on the first level it be like a server room though, because that is something that I thought about having. So could I actually have a server room? Let me think here. What are the things that I actually
Why would you
wanted
have to shrink the station for that?
What?
Why would you have to shrink the station for that?
Well, because right, if I move the personal quarter, I can't think of what else would be on the first level. There's the kitchen. There's the bathrooms. There's which so now you have the bathrooms on a separate floor.
Well, remember that it's 4 people, right? In here,
Yeah.
so the living quarters are gonna be a decent size, you know.
I mean, originally I thought I was just gonna make it like. I thought about just making it. Well, yeah. I mean, I was gonna make it where each person just has their own kind of like 4x4 room, 4x4 meter room. If I'm gonna make it that big,
interesting.
So it would be more like 4x3. I could shrink it 3x3 even. Because that's the thing is right now it's just kind of big, you know.
Yeah.
So I think it make more sense to shrink it to make it match the interior more. Because again, you're gonna have your inner, and then you can take off whatever equipment you got. You know, like this intermediary area, hang up some kind of like protective equipment. Then you enter the main, some kind of main area. I'd like there to be like a common area. I think a little like common area would be kind of cool. Yeah. Make it actually feel like something that would be lived in. And then kitchen, small closet, but that's basically it for the first floor. So like I could half the size of this thing and still be like, yep, there's room for everything. So maybe I should just do that. Could knock out like the wall here. No wall. You have a meters function, just use feet and made it 60 feet with 1 inch watts per scale.
Also remember that if you want to make the place look somewhat comfy and somewhat reasonable,
Mm.
a lot of the space um is gonna be walking space.
Walking space?
Y- like you have to remember that it's don't make it so that only one person at a time can be
Oh yeah.
in and
Yeah.
around some area. Make it so that
Yeah.
at least two people could be like working in there, moving stuff around, grabbing whatever they need, and they're not like constantly, trading but bacteria.
Right. That's really helpful, Jared. Thank you. So my question though would be, what's the difference? Oh, I guess they could have a meeting room. I don't even know. I don't think they even need a meeting room because it's like, I feel like I feel like there'd be a level of informality in that regard of you just kind of discuss things as they happen. There's no like room to walk into to discuss anything. It's just kind of everything's talked about, already. I don't really know what the difference would be between a common area and a lounge, though, right? Because I feel like if you were gonna lounge, you could just do so in the common area where like the kitchen is, whatever else. Kind of like dying for public space. Like non-eating informal, yeah. That's the scale, yeah. They did what 16 meters is like, yeah. Yeah, I think 16 meters is just too much. And I think maybe 16 meters in like one dimension may not be that bad, but like maybe like length or something. Um or just cut it back to like 4x4, yeah. Draw houses for a living? Oh, really? I was wondering. I meant to ask you before if you were like retired or if you still worked or what. I was wondering why you had some drafting. Oh right, you told me you entrance adjusted, didn't you? Yeah, I remember you said that now. I remember you said that now. I guess in my mind, because you talked about like mechanical things a lot and stuff, that I was like, Jared was a mechanic. And that like replaced my memory of you telling me that you're an insurance adjuster.
They're just fabricated memories.
Yeah. My mind is like a hard drive, and things are just overwritten. Very well could be if you wanted. Yeah. Um. I also want the station to feel a little tight. A little claustrophobic. Not. Just some of like the turns and such. Yeah, scale well down. Yeah. The only thing that in my mind I'm like trying at the moment I'm just trying to understand if I scale it down, what's going to happen to the size of the entire compound, right? So I also kind of like the idea of like you open the door and like it is a little bit not a long walk, but like it's just it's maybe like 20 you know meters, yeah, away from whatever you're gonna walk to. Like it's not just 12 foot, it's not like a 3 meter, walking distance, right? I guess 3 meter would be really close, but like, 16 to 24 feet away, maybe. But if it's separation, I liked the idea of like these things being a little bit further away, like because it feels bad. It feels bad in a scary way. It doesn't feel great to have to be like, yeah, okay, I need to go check the power generator. The power generator is 30 meters in that direction. For safety, I have to walk through, out in the dark, So even if it's like contained walls, but that's the thing. If it is like a contained wall compound, I mean, yeah. To me, that's the idea. Make a long, narrow, with enclosed hallway like enclosed motel. Feels super sketchy already. Yeah. So like make everything inside. I like the idea of things being like I like the idea of having to walk outside cuz to me I don't there's something about, you're leaving the building. You're leaving what little safety you may have had at the time. You'd be like, yeah, okay, well, at least I'm within these walls. Nothing can kind of get me at the moment, unless you think that. And then you step outside. It's like it's anything from any angle, maybe except for the ground, could come at me. I think scaling it down some is definitely something to do, though. I think maybe at least to like maybe 24 meters for the actual square meters for like the actual compound size, and then I may have to figure out how to orient the buildings a little differently, because we definitely want this tower. I want the tower to be next to the station, it's not diagonal from it, for example, but adjacent. And I feel like the power building should be a furthest point away from the station, since it, something went wrong with that, caught fire, whatever else. Like, we want to keep it away from the tower, which is sensitive, and the station, which is sensitive. So yeah, that's unfortunate, Lucky. I can imagine, because you said you're a mechanic, right? Or yeah, okay, I thought so. 50% is not too bad. Accuracy. I could see how you'd be drained after a day's work, though. Try to come home and code. But building manager script, nice. What's your you have like an entire building manager script? If it's on a hill, you can use elevation as a way to add further remoteness to things, like generators on a lower hill under a roof. I didn't really think about elevation. I could. Stairs to him, yeah. All mankind in climate weather, yeah. Yep. Whoops. Um, man, I don't. I think I like the idea of it being on the same level, though. Not sure if you want players to be able to freely place buildings or just have like ruins they can build up. Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha. I gotcha. So is it gonna be like a survival horror? Since you said you're kind of going off the thing concept and then talking about placing buildings. Yes. Okay. Survival horror is a lot of fun. I always thought it'd be fun to make a game based around like horror, but like it's an actual like it's closer to a survival. It's like a survival game, but then the horror is just there. It's not like a survival horror because survival horror typically, from at least how I've seen people use it, is that you're just surviving against like a specific monster or other things, and so, um, you know, instead of like the whole kind of the point just being like surviving this full kind of game instead. I don't know. I think Tin should make this building as satisfactory as a test for his concept. Yeah, we were talking about satisfactory. Or I was talking about satisfactory with my friend earlier today. I think the compound should be pretty flat. Maybe the tower could be like a little bit of like on a little bit of a raised ground. But I also kind of like the idea of just making it flat because you can even make foundations so you can pre-plane it more or less. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what you mean. Yeah. I'll white box or gray box. I think maybe gray box. Gray box this stuff so I get like an idea of like the splotches and a little bit idea of how everything looks. I just wanted to kind of figure out the sizing ahead of time. I mean, I could always just jump straight into trying to literally like come up with the room layout in Engine, because I mean, I don't really see a reason not to. Because I would literally just design it by placing down boxes, you know. So not a bad way to go. Yeah, probably wouldn't be too bad to do. Mixing a couple games for this map and exploration mechanic from Sheltered. Side scrolling building element. Oh, you're gonna do side. Ooh, okay, gotcha. What kind of art style are you going for, Loki? Excuse me. Pixel art, nice. Are you gonna do like any kind of specific style for pixel art? Fits within the. I want mini games into it. I would love to do like a little mini game. I always thought it'd be fun to make like. I always thought it'd be fun to make a game within a game, too. Like like those games where you download another game in it and you play that like you play like a series of horror games within the horror game. How's a swinging arrow for hitting the ball? Gotcha. I guess muted color's not sure yet. I mean, I guess that would be like thematic. I guess like for horror and stuff, having like more muted colors. Like Geometry Wars. It'd be funny to make like a mini game, and people like the mini game more than the people like the mini game more than the main game, and you're like, wait, that wasn't. I'm happy, but that wasn't my intent. Time to release the mini game as the full game. That been for real with Geometry Wars? Really? What? I always figured Geometry Wars was just its own thing. Sorry, a thing ish. Are you talking about a game within a game, or are you talking about like a game was created and Geometry Wars was a game within a game? Oh, what game was it in? I think we're shrinking this. I think I'm also just gonna create a square like this because I need actual sizes. Card game, all right. And then Gotham Racing 2. All right, guys. How big do we make the new compound? (60 by 7) Needs to be at least 10 times that size. Alright, how about this, Gax? Imagine I've expanded the square 10 times and I zoomed out 10 times. Oh, compound? Yeah, I'm thinking the compound. So compound maybe like 24 by 24, and then I don't care about like the space as much. And then we just do, yeah, like 16 by like 7 or something for station. I don't know. Because the station could even be like, have a larger piece on one side too. Ads do need to run though, so I'll be right back. Take a quick break so you guys don't miss anything. Stretch my legs and stuff as well. And then I will, whoops. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I am back. Thanks for waiting. Oh, that's the magnetic piston thing? I'll definitely have to check that out. Yeah, that's such a cool concept. Um, maybe I should just make this. Maybe I should just make the layout in engine, man. Cause like I don't. It would help me figure out what this would look like a little bit. Is it time to start already? Oh god. I can see how easy it'd be. Um, let's see. Hold on. Let me actually hold on. I need to create a new project here. Time to clone. Why does this not work? Oh, interesting. It was like old. Oh, because of the collection. That's funny. Plus R for everything. That would work. Cost money. I think that's I think that's a great use for AI and stuff as placeholder art, so you can get an idea of what you want. I don't know what the game's gonna be called. I don't know if I want to go for like a chapter style thing or what. You know, I'm just gonna call it Weather Station for now. Nine building types, 4 levels equals 36 orbits. Oh yeah, it's crazy how some of that stuff's like exponential. You know. Or no, that's the wrong thing. Whoops. Import. Effect in it. Stress effect. Oh, I didn't init the submodules. Right, row. That's not good. get submodule, get submodule init, get submodule update, I think. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, I meant to let you see that, but that was it there. Let me reload the project, see if we have any errors. Hey, we're looking pretty good. No errors, guys. Maybe the template's good after all. Now if I run it, it's going to tell me all my settings got reset, and then it's going to create a file called a godot template. Oh. Oh. That godot template we'll call weather station. That's what I meant to do. Don't worry about it. It happens to the best of us. I forgive Rakish. There we go. And now we created a folder called weather station. Boom, and it has all of our stuff. Okay, so it should be as simple as going, let's so environment, we'll probably want to say, yeah, I guess environment, let's just call it level 0. Wait, no. We'll rename this to levels environment. I don't really know about environment. I feel like that's just a bad name. But anyway, let's just create a thing here. We'll call this level 0. This is gonna be a 3D scene. We're gonna say okay. I'm gonna go back to 3D. And it's all gonna begin. So CSG, right? Yeah. What does CSG mesh maybe? It's probably fine. I think this is fine. For a mesh, we'll just create a flat mesh. Do an array mesh. I don't know. Oh, that's custom. I think we could just do like 5, 5, 5. Or no, we actually don't need the Z, or we don't need the Y component. Wait, this is the X. That's not what we want. We want 5 width. Maybe I can't do about placeholder. 5, 5. Maybe I can't do a mesh. Or does it have to have a material? This is where my knowledge, this is where my knowledge is gonna fall off a little bit here. I mean, I know I can do a box, but like, whatever. Time to do our first box. 0.1. Do 24 by 24. 0.1 by 24. And then we just basically do another box, and this box could be like, so 16 would be yeah. I don't know. I feel like maybe 16 is even then kind of big. I don't know. We'll find out. 7. Probably by like how, yeah, I actually want this. Yeah, I think that's just not, no. I'll do like there. There's nothing in this place. Yeah. Welcome to Godot. It's nice here. 5 foot or 3 meter high is normal. Yeah. Well, that's why I wanted some kind of. I wanted to give the impression that we made these walls taller than usual, like 12 foot, like, you know, they were 12 feet high. Like they are tall. Maybe 12 is too much though. I think the best way for me to figure out how tall I want to make everything is literally just put the like get a little like dummy player and then I can figure it out from there. So let's do the tower. So the tower is going to probably be like 4 by 4 or by kind of like this. Actually, we could always make it. Should it be taller than the thing? I don't know. This is the station, the power. Well, like here. And then we definitely don't want it to be that tall. Oops. Like a 3 meter high building. How tall was I making it in Obsidian? I was doing 6 by 4, so let's try 6 by. Oh yeah, that's a small building, but that's okay. It's okay. And then storage, we did 4 by 6 too. Ragish, calm down, dude. This is just gray boxing, dude. It's different. It's different, okay? It's different. Different. The boxes don't bite. I know the boxes don't bite. I see your building is like 3 stories tall. It is, isn't it? Yeah. How tall is a 3? Like what is? How tall is a 2-story building? Like what is the standard? 20 to 25 feet. Oh God. Yeah. So it's a little tall. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, I want this to be. Here's the thing, right? I want this to be like. I want the station to have a feeling of like. Where is it? Oh, this is the wrong thing. I want it to feel like, you know, there's like a. There's the lower layer, and then maybe even like, you know, something like this. But then like there could even just be a section of it that's taller, you know. And then you know you got the windows. You know what I mean? A lot of buildings feeling is the roof. Yeah, tall steep roof has much different. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the thing is like from a snow perspective, I feel like you probably wouldn't have. Because the thing too is this place could get cold. So like, how much you'd actually have this place be cool? Sorry, I'm staring at my food, thinking about how I want to eat, and it literally distracted me. It's like I got lost on it. My mind reset in the middle of my conversation. This place has snow. Then yeah. This place has snow. So I feel like if you were gonna take that into account, then you would probably not have like a flat roof or something. Maybe you'd have a steeper than usual roof because you'd want the snow to fall off or whatever. Even though the snow still seems to want to stand on it. Or we could just have something that could always be something done by people. Be like, yep, nope, someone's got to go up and clean off the roof. Lost Areas have flat roofs, so yeah. I mean, if that's the case, then I like the reason why I like a flat roof is it gives this like bunkerish style feeling. It gives this kind of rough, like this was produced to sit here and survive something. The key is that maintainers are supposed to survive on its own. Ideally, well, ideally it's maintained, but like it could go for a little while without being whatever. I mean, the ultimate survival building looks like a half pipe. Oh yeah, you're okay. I got you. You're talking about like a semicircle, but essentially just and where the ground is on the bottom part. Yeah, yeah. Gotcha. I do like that kind of stuff. That could. I like the idea, and I guess the way I've always kind of imagined a lot of the buildings in this world is that they're, because of the whole steampunkish idea, whatever else, that they're very kind of rough. Like there are a lot of like harder angles. Um, flat roofs, for example. They use it for utility parts, say the gym room. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be super opposed to that. But I feel like I still just like the concrete kind of building idea. Like just even if it's well, I have to fix this in stream my stream deck too. This part right here. Like I like the idea of the building being like this, right? Where it's still this kind of flat building. Of course, maybe like the corners rounded concrete, whatever else. This look like prison. I mean, not necessarily give the impression that it's like a prison, but I do want it to feel again like it's kind of meant to survive against the elements. It's rough, in appearance, which can still happen, I'm sure, but rough and also something that looks like it's gonna be able to survive against the elements. So, like this tower will be, look kind of like your typical cell tower infrastructure where you have like just the steel beams and stuff, going up, and on the top stairs going up, and then on the top you have the foundation, and then the dome will sit on top of that. But yeah, tough. I'm gonna eat while I chat here, but I'm gonna turn cam off for it though. Chat GPT was giving me high res pixel art and was trying to make it work for a few minutes. Give up. It's the only bad thing about the AI stuff is it definitely does not know exactly what you want. Communist era, yeah. I mean, that's definitely something that that comes to mind anytime I think about like these like kind of concrete bunker style buildings. Is definitely kind of like the Russian like Soviet era style stuff. I wonder if it'd be better to have like maybe it'd be better to have like the auxiliary generator instead of just like attached to it. Oh, you know what? It could be. It could actually be over here. It could be on like the same side of the building. So like the door's here. You can see my cursor, I think. Yeah, you can see my cursor. Door's like here, and instead of being like here, it's actually on this side. So you have to like walk away around from the door. Brutalism. Okay. I think I remember hearing that. So yeah, brutalism. Yeah, brutalist architecture. Okay. Yep. Exactly. That's the kind of I really like the brutalist architecture for it has a very like kind of almost like corporate a little I guess you'd say oppressive kind of controlled feeling to it. But also in a lot of ways it looks like it would, it looks a lot of them look kind of, like basically like bunkers. Yeah, yeah. The angled stuff's very cool too. It actually could be kind of angled. I wasn't even thinking about that. It could actually be have some angles to it and stuff. I was thinking very square. I guess as long as the style's there, that's all that really matters. That'd be an easy way to add a fence. But yeah, Muffin. I think so. It's got me a purple box with a label floating above it. Hey, if it gets the job done, right? So this is the size. So we want to say like 24.1. No, we could say be like a 3 meter high. And then we can flip the faces. So it's like this. Although we don't want a top. I don't know if there's a better way to like actually have the top or whatever, but weird. Yeah. So, oh, actually, wait. So yeah, I mean that's not too bad to think about. It's like basically as high as the other buildings. Actually, it would be as high. Because what did I make it? I made it 3 meters tall. Oh yeah, I mean, okay. I think a 9-foot high building on the inside is fine. What? What? What happened to my cursor? What? There we go. I think I'm sitting bugged out there. So 3 hours to do some renders? Yeah. You heard the man, Rakish. Learn it. Learn Blender. I keep trying to get this guy to learn Blender. I mean, that already gives a building much more character. Literally, just that, right? Yes, and just yep, it'll be my first game ever. I mean, in Godot, if you want to count it, I integrated the bot with my little overlay here. Oh, what happened to my overlay? It froze. Oh, don't worry about that. Anyway, that's the first game technically that I made. I don't know why. Surely I can mine again. Yeah, I made this little thing that integrates the bot, my Python bot that I wrote for Twitch and stuff. But you can program already. Yeah. I've been programming for years. I started learning programming in college, not for computer science stuff, but just part of an IT degree. So, but yeah. So I can program already. I've like you can see here. And just thank you very much for the follow, much appreciated. Camera 3D. Which way are you facing? That. Then we can do go here. See, manage your main scene. Then we wanna. Yeah, that's fine. And then main menu. Where's my main menu? Yeah, like I've made all this already. This is all my. I thought that's okay, I guess. 'Cause, I mean, I have the play function for the start here. I could just do it here. Scene manager.load. And then we'll say load, preload. Level 0. Probably need to instantiate it, right? Yeah, and then we run this, and then this should just work. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, the concept's there. I need to learn a little bit more about some of the other stuff for it, but yeah. Already programmed this whole game template, working options and all this stuff. You rebind stuff. Isn't it get tree load? Get tree load is a way to. So my scene manager. So go here. You could do that. So get like get tree dot what is it, scene? Change scene to file. So you can do change scene to file, change scene to packed, whatever else. I don't know of a get tree dot load though. Yeah, I think you're thinking of change scene to file or packed. So you could do this. I don't like to do that. Like this in theory is fine. But the way I'm doing it, and I don't know if this is not like a standard thing or what, but I literally have a main node, and everything will always exist under the main node. The main node will always be around. So if I did get tree, load packed or whatever, that replaces the root of the scene with whatever scene I just switched to. So main would go away. Well, the problem with that is that, like, you know, let's say I always want some kind of GUI element like the FPS counter overlay, then just simply switching, you know, getting rid of the previous, other child here. Like if I had level 0, like all of a sudden switching to this scene would be as easy as just saying, yeah, like give me add level 0, you know, and then I want to switch to a different scene, then I, you know, would load the other one, delete that guy, and boom, done. But I always remain, this guy always stays around. So that's how I've done it. Whether or not, you know, that's like against some kind of convention or, you know, whatever, I don't know, but there's nothing really talking about that kind of stuff. So, but that's just how I did it. I guess also, see, right, because I do register main, yeah, so I know what the main node is. And that's what I just basically do here. Whatever the current scene is, I free it, and then I set the new current scene, and then I just add the new scene that I loaded as a child to the main. You could have like the main menu. I guess I'd like to see. Could the main menu actually do that? Load. Let's see. Load. Change scene to file. 0. Okay. So let's see what this actually does. So like, I'm gonna put on the FPS counter. I need to finish or fix this label still, but let's say I put this on, right? And I hit play. Yeah, see, so that disappeared. Well, you actually can't see. Hold on, sorry. Man, this whole time I've been showing you guys, and I didn't realize you couldn't see anymore because I updated Godot from 4.5 to 4.5.1. Anyway, this is the thing I was saying that I already made is this game template right here, right, with working stuff. And then you click play. Yeah, I know, right? See, in this case, so the FPS counter went away. And that's because the root actually changed. So like if I hide the game and I show you the remote scene, see, so now look, my main scene's gone, right, with all the stuff I care about. So I don't want that. So instead, like you know, I do let's relaunch it. Same thing, FPS counter, play, FPS counter's still there. Now if we go back to the remote, you'll see that there's the main thing here, and now it's just, you know, managing it. So, I mean, the biggest thing is that in order to support more than like one current scene, then you would need to keep that in mind, but that shouldn't be too hard to fix if I ever hit that point. But other than that, this simple scene manager literally does what I want it to. The only thing, you know, it obviously doesn't support is loading screens, whatever else, but I could figure that out too. I could create a loading screen. Instead of making the scene manager rely on, like, do the loading screens, I could always just create a, well enough for a game jam. Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, I think that other thing's completely fine for a game jam, so. But the reason, or not the reason, to finish what I was saying, I could always just make like a custom scene or something that is, or I could create like a component called a loading screen component or something, or just a loading screen, and then I give it the scene that I want it to transition to once it's done, and then just say I'm going to transition to the loading screen using the scene manager, and then everything should happen dynamically. Like I could make the loading screen free itself, and then, you know, switch to whatever, and then free itself. Otherwise, that wouldn't work so well. But yeah. Made the UI child node? Yeah. No, I mean, my UI is a child node. My UI is a child node too. So like, the main menu here, right? What's happening? Oh, I was thinking. For some reason I was using control. I thought you had to control you had to scroll with control to. Strange. Anyway. So then we go to main though. Yeah, the only problem is that because this guy's also a child, right? He'll disappear whenever I change like that. I think what you're saying is that you just had like level 0 and then you had some kind of like UI here. Is that right? You had kind of like this, where the UI is just like whatever the scene is, or inside whatever the scene is. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a perfectly fine way to do it. Like I said, I mean, I've never. Hey, you've made more than I have, you know, in terms of making a game. So don't take what I say with you know, without a grain of salt, because it's bad. Hey, you know, something, right? It doesn't count. That's not true. Yeah, just sorry if I reply a little bit slower here. I'm just trying to finish my food. I'm almost done. So this is the plot summary essentially. It's not the best explanation, but it'll be like a guided horror game. Essentially, Weather Station will provide a player with immersive guided experience that hopes to instill the feeling of hunkering down during a major storm, all while not knowing if something will break through the perimeter. So what that kind of means is that you have this, which is what I'm kind of gray boxing in Godot at the moment. because it's been a little challenging to do that in Obsidian, just to get the sizes of everything down properly and actually like visually see them. Guess that's a bit redundant to say, but you get the point. So I could actually set the sizes here like 4 meters, and actually see what it's going to look like, not relying on drawing it so much. So the idea is what you just saw, that you're in kind of this compound. There's the weather station, there's the weather tower. You have some form of storage, most likely. I'm still kind of figuring this one out. And then you definitely have a power building. And so are you going to do the 3D modeling and music yourself too? I plan on doing everything myself. For better or for worse. I mean, I'd like to do it. I'd like to do everything myself. Yeah, dang, I know. It's scary. Impressive? I don't know. I think maybe a little reckless would be a reckless may be a better word to use, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I like music. I like 3D modeling. I'm interested in all of it, so if I can do it well enough to make it exactly what I want, then or at least close enough to it, then I'll be happy. So yeah. So you're kind of just, it's kind of a guide experience. You're basically coming here to perform maintenance to get the station back online, and this is all takes place in my fictional world where there are a lot of dangerous things. And you're coming out here and you're maybe figuring out that it wasn't necessarily a storm that damaged this station. After all, even though that's what we told you. And so, you're kind of getting it back online, and next thing you know, maybe the turret, the station's defenses are, firing at something off into the forest. So, because basically my idea at the moment is that there may be like perimeter based kind of turrets. This is a secure compound. Like, it may look, my idea is to make it look pretty simple, but there still be like kind of built-in defenses and stuff, because that's something we would do in this fictional world. That would make sense to us to do. So how about yourself, Ingest? Have you ever you ever made a game or anything, or you like a software engineer? There we go. All right, we are back now. Um. Like maybe like 1.8 meters off the ground. I think that's fine. Oh, right. I forgot you could just do this. Oh, it's so good. Yes. So cool, man. I forgot they just let you do this now. That's so cool. Oh man, that's so neat. Okay. Oh, you can actually do audio listeners? Okay, that's kind of crazy. Uh, there. I need to add a environment because I'm not really able to get a good frame of reference here. I know, bad. What tool is that? Oh, you sorry, you're actually seeing just Obsidian. So that's Obsidian. And then on the right side, you'll see here this is Excalidraw, which is a really nice just drawing tool. So I'm using that to kind of sketch stuff out. So yeah. Well, this is Obsidian. Ground. The problem is if there's no light though, right? Right. I thought Excalidraw was built in Obsidian for a second. I was like, what idea? Yeah. Yeah. No, it's just Excalidraw community plugin, yeah. I really like that they have that. I've always wanted to kind of get it, drawing, like drafting my stuff by actually drawing it instead. and so I'm really happy that they kind of have that functionality, just by installing the community plugin. Right, this is what I wanted. I guess I can kind of leave this for now. Biggest problem is that these buildings, could actually give them all the same material. You do like a rough. Oh, they're already rough. I was wondering if that actually would help a little bit, or this strength. Oh, whoa. It's like it glows basically. I guess it's just the diffusion. That's neat actually. Okay. Not what I was looking for though. Pamba, hello. Hope you're doing well. Welcome back. Oh yeah, so they just have the outline stencil now, right? What happened with that? Oh yeah. Oh, it's a very small outline, I guess. And that's the custom, so yeah, stencil's all new stuff. Or that only matters for. Don't mind me while I mindlessly click some things just to see what's gonna happen. It's going well. We're kind of working. I finally switched over to Godot from Obsidian here because I was trying to figure out what I actually wanted some of this stuff to look like. And so on the right side here, you'll see that we were kind of trying to get an idea of the size of everything. And I realized after trying to draft this poorly, this never hired me for it interior design. Yes, I attempted to design the interior of this the station, and I was like, okay, I don't think this is working out with a 16-meter base. Whether or not 16 meters this way, it was probably going to be because this was like, or no, it was going to be 12. It was going to be 16 by 12. But that just doesn't work, unfortunately. So I was like, it'd be easier if I just went ahead and probably tried to make the layout of this place, the whole like kind of compound, because there's going to be a station, the weather station, tower, power building, and most likely some form of storage. And so instead of kind of trying to draft it on this, where I'm just kind of drawing things out, which works well, but has some problems with sizing appropriately. Macedonia destruction, that's fair. Inflation. No, don't worry. 1 million ingots isn't that bad. Well, okay, never mind. I guess that would actually be inflation, because 1 million ingots is a lot. This thing, but I'm just talking about the sizes. So like, basically, I'm just trying to understand: do I want to make it? How wide and long do I want to make it? Because I was making it 16 meters wide by 12 meters deep, for example, right? But like 8 meters wide by 7 meters deep already looks a lot better. So that's what I was kind of trying to figure out here. Size is relative. There you go. It's all about the perspective of the building. But that's it. Yeah, nothing too crazy yet. So trying to get some stuff down. I think this is a process known as gray boxing, because it's just a bunch of gray boxes and stuff. And it's commonly used in level design to get an idea of like how the level's going to look, and I guess play as well before you actually like really put things into it. I first learned about the concept when I was watching, I believe, the documentary about Half-Life 2 was made. Trippy seeing the creation process? Yeah, I know. It's always very strange. It's like when you see anything made for the first time from beginning to end, you're like, okay, well that's a bit different than I expected. A lot more detailed, maybe a lot simpler. All depends. Oh, that's the background. Dude, this mouse is so light. I accidentally move it, and it makes my freaking tooltip go away. Anyway, got some cool stuff. Might make it a little bit easier to see things. I wish I could see the corner of this a little bit easier. You know what? That's a simple actual. That is a simple fix. Just changed out better. Oh, wait, this is all the same. I need to make this guy unique. Oh, you can change the intensity. Oh. Yeah, so they actually have the intensity now for RGB, so you can like actually change stuff. That probably didn't make very much sense, but like you can actually like if I wanted, let's see. Like if I wanted a blue, because before, if you want like a blue, let's say, right? And then you just want like really make it brighter, it would make the colors really funky. And you couldn't tell like where you started. Like now I know that, okay, this is always the same blue that I'm trying to make more intense than before. When I first started making games in Unity, I used to start dropping in fully built assets in my prototypes, slows development to a halt, and yet the load render every change. I wish I started Greybox from the beginning. Yeah, that's fair, no bad. Welcome back, Jared. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense when you think about it. It's like, oh yeah, okay, well, that does make things a bit easier whenever you just kind of figure all that out. So we do have Q and E. Okay, beautiful. I think I'm pretty happy with the sizing of this. I feel like I still would like this to be a little bit taller, but maybe I should just make these guys smaller. 3.3 times, well, 3. It's almost 10 feet. Pretty tall. That's I think tall enough. Exactly what I'm going for. Yeah. 2.5 meters, yeah. So I think that's probably what I'm going for here. Shed's only 7 feet tall on the walls, yeah. Guess that makes sense because the shed that I would go in and out of was like 7 feet tall. I think that's probably good. I could probably make it a little bit smaller. The only thing I don't really like is that it's like the same height as the walls of the compound, which feels weird. It feels like it was purposefully done and not just kind of like an accidental thing. And I feel like that's gonna mess with my eyes. All 3 meters. Just make the buildings less tall? I could by like a little bit, I guess. They're 12 feet tall? No. They're only 3 meters tall. Yeah, they're only 3 meters tall. You can always just do 2.5. Z isn't height? No. Well, no, Z is depth. So like I guess the Y. No, Z would technically be the height, I believe, but I guess it's however this is oriented. I don't know. Because Z, like, if I... Yeah, no, Z's this way, so, yeah. I think in Blender it's height. I don't know. I don't know if it changes in this or not, but... Zoom in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Much appreciated. Why am I like trying to get the... I don't know why I'm trying to like match this to the floor when I'm... This is just gray boxing. Hello, Thuman. How's it going? Why do you have a wall around this place? To keep people in. I mean, to keep things out. Of course, Jared. To keep things out, though. I'm doing well, Thuman. Thanks for asking. Doing well. But yeah, to answer your question, seriously, Jared, like I said, to keep things out, it's a compound. Yeah, it's tracking my heart rate. coding can get intense. Game dev can get very intense, as you may well know. So even a mere 5-foot fence is enough for nearly all animals. Well, who's to say that we're just trying to keep out animals? Who's to say that we're just trying to keep out animals, Jared? These animals may not be like your normal animals. So, I guess to give you a little bit of an idea, you probably don't know, but like, okay, so I call the creatures in this world that I've created anomalies. Very original. But I've always liked anomaly. It's always just been a really cool word to me. But they're anomalies essentially, and anomaly just means, well, an anomaly. It's not, it's not normal, right? It's abnormal essentially. And so an anomaly could be like a normal animal that we would kind of see in real life. Maybe a deer, for example. Except that the anomaly in this case for the deer that makes it unique to this world is that instead of its normal mouth, its whole face splits open, and that is just it. That is that creature in this world. So stuff like that, right? But there are also the more like almost, I'd say, Lovecraftian kind of side of the anomalies where like there are very messed up, strange, I would say, creatures, where it's just these kind of long, I don't even know how to describe it, but yeah, just stuff that's strange. You gonna have to make this while I have a top guard ammo, razor wire, for example? I don't know. That's a good question. Long bags. What do you plan on naming them? Drifter, Lador, and perhaps even Dave? Where'd you get Dave from? Where'd you get Dave from, Loki? Did you just randomly say Dave? Distortions, yeah. Cheekless? No, I don't like Cheekless. A vintage story reference. Oh, really? That's a vintage story thing. So it's funny. Oh, well, it's funny you say that because Dave is someone in the lore that I created. Like Dave is like the whole like ideas that I created. The place is known as the Foundry, whatever else, with two other people, Dave and Alex. So it was Dave, Alex, who helped me create everything that's known, kind of start this whole kind of place off. Because I am in my own lore. Thank you. Don't worry. I'm not a super likable guy in my lore. I deserve to I probably deserve to be the button of jokes in the lore. I'm a more typical boss, or at least one of those bosses that's you need a week to get it done. Well, you got 3 days. Make it 2 actually. I'm in a good mood. So yeah. David's big thing in the Rift in the game. Oh, that's cool. Super cool. I really like Vintage Story. I'd like to play it at some point, but I've seen playthroughs and stuff. He's overbearing. Exactly. Thank you, Jared. Thank you for also making that pun so I didn't have to. Usually I just tell people to bear with me, and it's close enough. So, but yeah, so I actually started this place with with those. That's why I thought it was kind of funny you said Dave. Loki, very bare bones. Yeah. What was I gonna say though? Oh yeah, but that's the kind of nature of things. Rakesh, why are you? No, you're upset because of the puns. But yeah, so the place is not like essentially, trying to hurry here because it's gonna force me to run ads in a second. I don't actually have it here, maybe. Kind of do, I guess. So this is a kind of like a this is a very rough draft, okay, but bear with me. Sophia Foxo. Gotta bear through the ads, yeah, unfortunately. I didn't have to run them, but I run them because I want to keep pre-rolls off. Because otherwise, people have to sit through a 30-second ad just to see whether or not they are interested in your channel, which is just not good for anything. So I was just trying to take breaks. A 3-minute. It helps me get up and walk around because every time I have to run 3 minutes ads, I take a break, and it's good for me at least in that regard. But I'll bear with you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Ad gimme, yeah. But essentially, I got 30 seconds. So, in a kind of a conical pattern because there are mountains essentially behind where we are in the city of Alacrity. You guys, if you're in the lore, or you want to be part of it, you're essentially in the city. And if you want to go deeper, this is all what's considered the forest. This way would be considered in the mines. But this is zone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As you go further into the zones, things get more progressively more Lovecraftian, but also just worse. I mean, like it is like secret level missions to go into like 4 and 5, zone like 5, I'd say. But yeah, sounds like the Hunger Games. Yeah, it's I hope to expand upon it, make it super interesting. But I actually had to expand some of the lore just to come up with some of the stuff for this game. But ads do need to run on the Twitch side, so I'll take a quick 3-minute break and then we'll be back. Be right back. Whoops, there we go. Unmuted the wrong thing. I'm back. You didn't get any ads. Lucky, I guess. They definitely ran on my end, so I don't know. And the other ones too. I don't. Yeah, I mean they're probably regional too. So it probably depends. It's working. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised. It's insanely clear. Well, I'm glad you. Is that a good thing? I'm glad you think it. I'm glad you think it's clear. I've always wanted to try and get it to be clear, but it's taken some tinkering over the years. I actually recently changed it some. Try and get it a little bit more. Was it blurry? Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, I always try to have my webcam. I mean, I try to have everything. I try to have everything professional, but it's not the easiest thing. So I'm happy to hear you say that. Okay. Let's go back to Godot. This also means I'm going to have to work on my template a little bit more because, for example, like the sitting on a stack of books, not anymore. I actually got a like an arm thing for it. I used to have because I literally got a new camera to try to use, but it just I couldn't justify it after using it, and so I was just like, okay, I'll just wait. I'll wait for something better along, later on or something. So I just went back to my existing one, which is Logitech Brio. It's a decent camera. I mean, it's done well. Yeah. I mean, do you not consider yourself a professional? Well, I mean, I like to make things that are professional. Yes, like I like to make things professional. Do I consider myself a professional? Maybe. It depends. It depends on what aspect we're talking about. It's like 51st streams over here sometimes, but yeah. I mean, I guess I probably have the experience to be considered a professional in some of the streaming stuff for sure, but I'd say I'm more of a perfectionist than anything. So, hence why I was literally trying to get this building to meet the ground, even though I'm just gray boxing. But I get a little too infatuated with the details sometimes. Well, that's a problem. That won't matter, but that's funny. I was able to click this because the building was above it. But now because the building is shorter, the cursor, the raycast for, or I guess for the cursor, or whatever, it hits the top of the thing first. Oh, sorry, Muffin. You asked. Wait, is your cam angled? Yeah. My camera's coming at me from. So this is straight. This is straight onto my monitor. So, like this is straight. Yeah, straight on my monitor right now. So, I'd say it's at like a 45-degree angle. I care about the details. Let's just put it that way, Soviet Foxo. also another reason I want to make a game, because I care about the details for people. So, are there different kinds of primitives? You're talking about like the CSG primitives and stuff here, like the boxes and everything. Gonna get along with. Well, it's good to have you, Soviet. I appreciate the follow. Thank you very much for that. Welcome again. Bro, I can tell it's not putting straight your face, bro. I love how you had to say bro twice, Muffin, because of what I said. Oh man. You have to remember, Muffin, I'm so used to answering people's questions seriously that when you come at me with sarcasm out of the blue, I don't interpret it that way. So, straight gross. The syrup-free Sprite from McDonald's. Do you not have to specify syrup-free, or is it was it syrup-free because it just didn't like the machine messed up, like it ran out? What's the sarcasm? Is that sarcasm? You literally said before, I don't, the side of your webcam is not parallel with your PC. Yeah, no, it's not. Right now I can't tell because it's clear. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Music jokes. I mean, I appreciate all kinds of jokes as long as they're not, I appreciate all kinds of jokes pretty much off stream. On stream, I try and avoid, like, you know, any kind of like politically charged jokes, you know, stuff like that, you know, anything that's kind of like, you know, I try and keep stream a very neutral place because I want everyone to be included and have fun, regardless of, you know, whatever, because I think that's what this kind of setting should be. You know, we should all be able to get along and have fun. But can I tell by bubble size? That's very minor. Yeah. I've really noticed. I mean, I've noticed when I've gotten soft drinks out some places that, you know, it definitely tastes off. Okay, buddy. Dude, were you here earlier, Muffin, when Co was calling me buddy? I made the mistake of accidentally calling him buddy when he came in, and Co took that personally. Co took that personally. So Co ended his next two messages with buddy. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I get it. And then I asked, and then he said he can't use the word buddy. And I asked him why, and he never answered. So I don't know, man. Seltzer water is kind of bad with no flavoring. I do like carbonated water and stuff, because it's you know, extra refreshing and everything. No, but I did see Co spend 15 minutes to find out how to even enter the building and Outlast one. Okay, that's pretty incredible. That's pretty incredible. I may not be well versed enough in and musical knowledge to understand your joke, unfortunately, Soviet. I'm sorry to say. I may be either too, yeah, I'd say not educated enough, unfortunately. So I don't know where Kane is. Is Kane still just late, or is and we can always wait till the weekend if that works better for them. So I mean, I'm having fun over here at least. So I stopped watching before I become a type chatter. Fine, Muffin. NASCAR driver. Oh, okay. I figured it was probably something along those lines. Oh, hit the wall. I gotcha. I was waiting for one like that. Oh, I forgot you can actually just do this. Um. Oh, right, because it's locked perspective. Yes, perfect. Um. Can I lock this? No. Oh, you can lock stuff. Like 1 meter ring around the complex give the right wall to fence ratio. Yeah. Yeah, you're talking. Yeah, you're talking about like the width between. Yeah. Yeah, because I wouldn't mind it if it felt like there was some distance between the wall. Because there's something about distance between the wall and the building that makes it feel. I guess just it's just the empty space feels a little intimidating. It's like it just feels strange. It's about the size of an average hallway. I mean, 1 meter. I don't even know. Well, let's get our. Wait, actually no. There's got to be like a ruler here. Oh, you can actually just change the sun or add it this way. It's like we could change it there and then yeah, the other one back though. There should be. Yeah, is it ruler mode? Oh my God! What? Oh, it's so cool! I didn't know you could do that. Look, it's basically a meter. It's close enough. So you can actually, I could actually turn on snap too. That might be something to do. How do I turn ruler mode off? Uh-oh. Is this bugged? Oh no. Never mind. I just didn't realize that that's how that works. Okay, so that becomes a cursor type. I was thinking that it was. Um. Where's what? Oh, transform. Must gather your party before venturing into Godot. It can be a little confusing sometimes. So that should be actually snapping to even increment. Yeah. Okay. So that's snapping to even increments now. So that should be 1 meter that way, and then that should be doing curly brackets. Do you normally like program a different language? I was most familiar with Python oh yeah, the second language I ever learned was Python, and I've probably written the most. Yeah, I've definitely written the most lines of code ever with Python. Out of all the programming languages I know, so I doing GDScript felt very intuitive. In the center of all the in the center of all the things for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I thought this would snap to like. Yeah, configure snap. Okay, that's what I thought. Scale snap. This is 1 meter, I'm assuming. But I don't know. Where's the muffin? I don't know. He might have disappeared already. So is this because this is like halfway though? Yeah, I'm not really sure why that's the case here. I mean, I could do 7.5 and then it would line up, but I'm not really sure why that's the case. Oh, Game Maker Studio. Oh, I gotcha. So do you have to do curly braces in Game Maker or what? See variants of Java? Yeah. So win the game dev journey with assembly. I don't think I'll ever do that. I think it'd be fun to maybe mess with assembly at some point, but yeah. I don't think I'm interested in getting that deep into it. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is with this. This is just 24. And it snaps correctly this way, but not this way. Which is weird. What size is that building? This building? It's 7 meters, 7 meters wide by 3 meters deep. No, wait, no, 3 meters tall. You're confusing me now. Wait, no, it's elevated by 3 meters. Oh, wait, that's the position. Okay, no, it's 8 by 6 by 7. All right, 8 by 6 by 7. You're confusing me, Jared. All right. Ooh, maybe it was just, I think it was just the position actually that was messed up. Yeah. Well, no, I'm trying to understand it. Yeah, I don't know. Like if I reset it, right? And I go back, see, it's still off by half right here. I don't know. It's not a big deal though. It doesn't matter. It could be something I can look into later on. So let's see here. Yeah, in the center, that's what I was kind of trying to avoid because I didn't really want there to feel like there needed to be something in the center. But if you make an area wide enough, all of a sudden it feels a little strange. I mean, I could create like paths, you know. I kind of thought I thought about creating paths to each area and stuff, but is the starting position dead center? The origin is actually yeah, the origin of the world is actually at the center of at the center right now. That's what yeah. The 7 meters makes sense. 3.5 meters on each side. Okay, I understand because it was being the size was being divided by 2 to get the snap distance, basically like the translation of the snap. Well, no, not because that wasn't actually changing. The snap was still accurate. It was just that to 1 meter increments, but it was just that the size was off by 0.5 because of that. I got you. Good catch. I was gonna that would have bothered me. That would have bothered me, and I would have been like, something weird's going on. Maybe I should just make this like 6 meters then. Make it 0.5 meter snaps. Whoa. Didn't mean to do that. I don't remember how to get out of that. Wait, what? Oh, I had this song on there twice. There we go, fixed. I knew I heard this song before. I'm losing my mind because I guess I've accidentally duplicated the songs on my thing sometimes. So let's configure the snap to be 0.5 just to see what happens. We'll do 7. Yeah, I mean, that works too, so. Yeah, that works because I don't plan on making it any different than that anyway, so. I guess that's fine. I don't really know. I don't really know how I'd want this to be any different. This guy definitely needs to change. Let's just get rid. Oh well, never mind. Need use the compound size. I don't know how I feel though about like all of them being all the way kind of like. This is already looking pretty good from the sizing. Oops. Inside of it, the sizing perspective that I want though, like that feels like a pretty good distance to be like, yeah, I need to go there. Same thing for the storage. Although maybe we don't have them in each corner. I think what I should do is this guy should just be like over here instead. So that way we don't have like a perfect kind of like a square, like everything's trying to wedge itself, you know, in the corner. And then over here we could always just have something. What it would be, I don't know. Gate area? The gate area will be right here. Like this red line is essentially where like I imagine the gate being. Actually, you know what? We could make it a little bit more. Yeah, we could make it more like right here, I guess. Let's add a one for the gate. Mini junkyard? Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking too. It's like, oh, okay. So it's middle mouse button can pull it. Gotcha. Right. So let's change this to subtraction. Subtraction. There we go. And then wall now be like that. Let's see the problem. I guess I should. I wanted to make like a. I don't know if there's an easy way to do that. Do it with like a polygon maybe, but. Yeah, a little junkyard would be kind of cool. Besides making them actual walls, yeah, I mean, I was trying to think of just a quick and easy way to just make them, you know. They're giant. Yeah, I mean, and there may not be like an easy kind of way to do that. We'll do this and we'll do walls. We'll do wall 1. 1, 2, 3. delete this wall. Size will be 24 by 0.1. I want thick. Actually, we'll do like maybe 0.3. I'll white box it as, or gray box it as a 0.5 just to do the increments. That may not work properly. Yeah, that's gonna divide it by 2. Oh, whoops. That's not a big deal, actually. No, it's kind of a big deal. Have you watched Freerun? Jared? Set your position plus 25. Yeah. I mean, I guess I could literally just not care. Oops. Position. That transform might actually have to be 2.5, right? Yep, like that. Okay. So I should be able to duplicate that, and then, or actually, I should just be able to like. Let me copy the value for that, paste here, and then we can. I guess it doesn't matter. It's so quick to change. 7.5? No. The other way. There we go. No, you should. Paste. Paste all these. Paste. And then we just need to rotate this guy by 90 degrees, or 90 degrees on the y-axis, right? Yeah. Same thing for this guy. Y-axis. Push you away. Five. We may actually need to make them. Let's see. If it's half a meter thick, then we would just need to make it 25 meters long, right? Yeah. That'd cap the ends, basically. Yep. And then wall here. Wait, why did that make that one 25? Oh, that was wall 4. Whoops. And then you can do this. We can go down here. We'll make this guy like a meter. Well, so what were the dimensions we were going to make on this? Oh, I was using control here. Okay. So it needs to be, we're going to make it a 2 meter high. Oh, wait, the walls are only 1 meter high. We want them to be. Whoops. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that already looks pretty good. Hey, we're about to have the minimum viable product. Is the vehicle going through this thing? No. It probably wouldn't be bad to make it where a vehicle could, like. I mean, realistically, you know, it'd be good to have like some kind of probably garage or something. But I don't think I'm gonna do that. I don't know. We could make it have a garage. I don't want to make it have. I don't want to go too far out. Like, I don't want to fall victim to scope creep, you know? But at the same time, if it adds value, like, it adds value. So this guy's subtraction now. So we want to make him... Oh, flip faces? Was that... I don't get it. Oh, it's because it's not long enough. Let's just make it like too wide just for the... That. Supposed to see something? Yeah, thank you. You're supposed to see this. It's really hard to switch between everything. See, that's why I didn't tell Soviet that I'm a professional. It's very difficult to remember to switch between everything constantly, because I wish I could just use like monitor capture for you guys, but I don't think it'd actually work well anyway because the sizing difference. Because with this, I can like properly kind of zoom in on things, but I guess monitor capture wouldn't be too bad. But I don't want to do monitor capture. I'd only want to do that like if this wasn't like my personal computer, because there's just it's so easy to accidentally show something that you know has some kind of personal information, which I'd like to avoid. Would like to avoid that if possible. So I'll do 0.6 because the ground is 0.1 meters thick. Oh, it needs to be on the wall itself. Right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's coming together. Look at that. Oh, see, this is what I was trying to draw. Okay, let's look at this. Hold on. Right? Hold on, guys. I mean... I mean, it was kind of close. It wasn't very close, but it's fine. It was pretty close. It was close enough. That's all that matters. Terrible drawing. That's why one reason I wanted to do this, because I wanted to get better. So, I do need to wrap this up though, because I was invited to play Peak. So, so we will be wrapping this up tonight. I think I'll stream it. So, but I am going to close this. We're open yet. All right, I'll just switch once they invite me, because I don't know. I don't want to wait any longer, or I don't want to wait too long. Ooh. Right, because the middle of them. Okay. I think that's pretty cool. One thing that's a little intimidating is modeling the surrounding area. That's one reason for my first game I wanted to go with the lock experiment, like I had talked to you about before, Jared, where like you're just in this pod in this hole. You don't have to model much, you know. You don't have to do much other than what's underground around you and stuff. So a little bit easier than than doing all this, but you want to model things, use big trees for actually cover the view of the forest. Yeah, well, I mean, I want this canopy to be pretty thick, because like one of the things I imagine is that Oh, you can't. Interesting. You can't bake a collision shape. You can't bake a collision shape? What? Collision shape 3D. Yeah. This should still work though. Because this is a collision shape 3D. Yeah. It's just it has an error because it's saying like it expected to be a child of one. But I think it doesn't matter. Character. Let's see, hold on here. Entities, player. Oops. Hold on, I need to paste it. Gonna nap it up. There we go. Okay, yeah. So it's a little upset, but that's okay. Don't worry about it. We don't have to worry about that. Player. Okay, let's do that. Let's move you up. Now what happens if I do this? Maybe not do that. Okay. I don't know. I'll have to figure that out next time because I think it'd be good for me to actually like walk around a little bit and see what's going on. But alas, it's time to play some Peak. Let me change to Peak here. It all. All right. Yeah. So let me launch Peak here. So yeah. I'm gonna wrap up the game dev side of tonight. Normally for anyone who's new, basically, let me explain. I do play games on stream as well. As of late, I've been playing Kazan the First Berserker. I have been getting more into the game dev side of things though, and like actually streaming the game, me doing game dev. So if you're interested in that, I appreciate it. I'll be doing more soon, but for tonight, I'm not doing any more game dev. Tomorrow, I would definitely like to do some more. I also really need to play Kazan and finish that because that has been Peak with friends. You may not be able to nap if I'm playing Peak, Jared, because the people I play with are kind of loud. Unfortunately. But yes, so on the YouTube side of things, I will catch you next time. Say goodbye to YouTube.